Work in progress all the time.
This would be... What is this? Oh, Princes of the Apocalypse. I don't remember which episode.
39.
Yeah.
Thank you!
Yeah.
39.
Crazy.
February 6, 2021 was session 0.
Holy cow.
I think I've been
Who'd
playing
thought?
with you guys for over a year now. My physical notes start as April 23rd of 2022, but I had some digital ones before then. So yeah.
Okay. Welcome, Princess of the Apocalypse, episode 39. Well, does anyone want to give a recap? Anyone want inspiration?
I think you should inspire yourself, DM.
You don't want me to inspire myself. Because I will use it.
Die.
Oh, look at me.
I guess, okay, here we go.
Alright. Yeah.
Yeah.
We started out at Gulliver's, sitting in the bar, and sat down, and Nathan proceeded to basically force us to have some conversations, talk about ourselves. Everyone kind of went around the room a little bit. Maybe some sharing came out a little easier than others. And then that's where, specifically for Rowan, found out that Nathan actually knew my adoptive father and dropped a bombshell about the fact that I wasn't quite just found on a dock and left behind, that there's a little more to the story. So now Rowan's starting to question everything told to her by her father. Thanks, Nathan.
Can't blame Nathan.
And Chara, Chara went to the library to do some heavy research on dragons and hags. And Nina and Liam had gone back to the basement to look at the dwarven writing on the walls to determine what it said. Which, I forget, did you find out what it actually said?
Yeah, it was just more like specific leaders and stuff like that, like Torwald Flametongue, King of the Bessemer Dwarves, leader of the Fallen Kingdom, more like elves and tombs, so just proof that dwarves and elves were getting along at one point when they were built.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So after we all kind of regathered, had some dinner, headed to bed, everyone took, or almost everyone, took some nice, warm, comfortable baths in the morning to start their day.
Nina, after specifically sleeping in the bathroom because it was the creepiest room in the house.
Correct. Yep. And of course, after my bath, there were some things that happened that ended up causing me to throw up. Specifically, something Chara did to me that I just started being sick a little bit. We then headed to the Harvest Inn to confront Haravan about the paintings and if he knew any more information and could point us to anything new. Liam and Nina got pulled into a painting and had to have a fight, just the two of them, against, it was a cat, right? Some sort of cat-like creature. And Chara...
I'm a kitty cat.
Chara attempted to take the painting off the wall and start sprinting down the hall to determine what
it worked. I just want to say it worked.
In the meantime, Liam and Nina had killed the creature within, and were released after Chara had bamfed out of a window. But as I was still in the hall, kind of behind, trying to dampen out some flames of a heat metal that started to light up the floor a little bit. Noticed that Miss Pipsy kept kind of nudging us towards another door, and kind of scratched at it. And once everyone was able to kind of regroup, we decided to open the door, and we found Corbett, who was continuously writing on the walls in his own blood because of how much he had been writing, and just kind of muttering to himself. And we found out that the words that were being written were words from Nina's sister, specifically words directly from the letter, I believe. And Rowan went down to try and comfort him, pull the quill from his hand, at which point we had just picked him up and started to kind of help him leave the room. And that's where we left off.
Very good. Okay, so you guys find yourself in the room. Still quite a bit of shock at everything that you just discovered. You just took down one of the Takna, the evil paintings, and then only to discover this scene. After Corbett heads downstairs, the rest of you are left inside the room. Anything you wish to do?
So Rowan was specifically carrying him, so obviously haven't left the room.
Yep.
All good.
I'd like to investigate the room.
Sure. Okay. You can roll an investigation check.
I think Nina's just standing in the middle of it all, like in shock.
Okay, so what was my modifier again? It is... Interesting. That's a 13.
You start looking around the room. You see small items that don't really look like they belong to anyone. They kind of look like just things that might have been placed here. Things that you have found in your own room. The wash basin, a desk, chair. There's really no personal items in here other than the writing all over the walls and the floorboards. And you also see some of the wording written, scrawled, scratched into the paneling. Yeah, very, very similar, just partial sentences, couple words put together. The rest of you, other than Nina, have no idea what these words are, other than just madness, partial sentences.
Corbett did look at me at the end of our last session, though, right? Like,
yep.
They do know it's kind of tied to me in some aspect. Okay. I think I have it written down. He said specifically, I'm not my own anymore. She's you. She wants you.
Yes.
I think Nina kind of snaps out of it as Liam starts moving around, and she immediately starts prestidigitating everything she can to get rid of the words. And if she comes across anything that's scratched in, carved in, that she can't prestidigitate away, I think she's gonna get angry and accidentally Eldritch blasted.
Okay. You start to see some of the words, the rest of you, start to kind of fade away, as if being wiped away. And there are areas, though, quite a few areas, where it's gouged in deeply, and those are the spots that seem to also have blood lining around it. And moments later, you hear a whoosh and a blast on the wall as just burn mark just hits along the wall. And it continues throughout the room. Nina, are you trying to be careful? This is not a very big room, and you do have party members in here.
I don't think so. I don't think she is. She's a little out of it right now.
If everyone would go ahead and make dexterity saving throws for me.
Oh no!
Damn, I was on for 1 second because the cat threw up and we're rolling dexterity saving throws.
It's because of me.
Nina is throwing Eldritch Blast to try and get rid of the words on the wall out of shock.
Eldritch Blast or Prestidigitate?
I was doing both, but the ones that were not just ink or blood, I tried to blast out of the wood.
Gotcha. Okay. 14.
Okay,
15 for me.
good.
I got a 12.
Okay. Yeah, it was not a very high DC. All of you managed to start dodging out of the way as Nina, completely blindsided to the rest of you, her eyes are on the walls and she is just throwing her hands left and right as all of you start to dodge out of the way, diving to the floor, rolling to the side. Any of you want to do anything?
I think she lets out a pretty feral scream with the last one.
Yeah.
Okay, the problem here is I feel like Chara would totally join in on the destruction of the room. She would just pick up something and kind of look at the others and go, rah, and throw it on the ground because she doesn't have Eldritch Blast. She does it on the ground to, do her crazy little clap that she does after she does something weird.
Yes,
She does that a couple times.
there's not a lot in the room, but you do start picking up pillows, a chair.
Yeah, I rip open a pillow with my teeth.
I feel like Nathan just turns around and starts walking to the door while dodging a blast here, moving out of the way there, and walks out of the room.
Very good. Liam.
I'm just gonna jump back and watch all this. What in the hell?
It's become a rage room.
While also trying to, I guess, calm everyone down.
Okay. Nina, roll me a d20.
Alright, just as an aside, Chara, this is not the first time that's happened.
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna be honest.
During our stream.
It's what I get for living in the country.
Nina, real quick, before you say
Just
it.
okay.
Yeah, just a d20. If it's a 10 or higher, you manage to clear everything. If it's lower, there's still some left over.
It is legitimately a 10.
Okay, so you are able to clear everything off the walls. By the end of it, those of you, Nathan, you have stepped outside. You can smell this kind of acrid. It's not quite smoke, but it's an acidic, nasty, pungent smell that just kind of seems to start floating out of the room. Chara, you see Nina finally stop. Her arms lowering. The room is absolutely decimated. Writing was all over this place, and it has now been completely... Paneling in the floor is just... Pieces of wood are peeling upwards. There are large gouges. The wall panels, some of them are actually, you can see through them now into another room. There are feathers floating in the air from ripped pillows. As the three of you left inside the room stand in the destruction. Silence.
You okay, bud? Tara's just gonna look at Nina.
No, but it helped.
Well, okay.
You think if I pay Tristan, he'll fix this?
Probably.
I think he'll want to know why. In fact, I might be speaking for myself. Why?
Why
Just-
what?
Why did this happen?
Well, clearly it was an accident.
Let's let Nina explain.
Why what happened? Why Corbett went fucking crazy and started scribbling things all over the walls? I don't know.
Why you went ape shit?
He just told me she wants me, that it's all about me. Wouldn't you go fucking crazy if that was all written in blood on the walls?
I feel like I would have handled myself better.
Yeah. Okay. And Nina turns and walks out of the room.
Tara's gonna look at Liam and go, "You really think you would have handled that better? Like, really? Like, honestly?"
I think I'm a little bit more put together.
Before you leave the room, Nina, Nathan, you hear some footsteps coming up behind you, and a moment later you feel a presence at your leg as Haravan, the innkeeper, runs up to the door, hand on the oh no, what's the word? Door jamb. And just leans in, eyes wide.
I just kind of push him to the side from the door, pull out 5 gold and put it in his hands and be like, for the room.
It's the room. It's not
It's
even
not
a room
livable
anymore.
for a while. But your painting problem's dealt with.
It is?
Sure.
You guys really did it?
Hence the trashed room. Come on.
And he just kind of, you see him just breathe this deep sigh of relief. And then he just pats you on your upper thigh, just without even looking, like thanking you. All right. Well, actually, you should probably keep this.
That's fine.
I should be paying you, you know. You guys did me a service.
Seriously, it's all right.
Thank you. I promise to put this next towards fixing the goddamn room. Oh my god, alright.
I'm sure it'll cover it.
All
Wood
right.
can't be that expensive.
Thank you. Holy shit, alright. And he gives one last long look inside the room before he turns and starts to walk down the stairs. And there's a couple other people now, patrons, kind of hanging their heads out the room. Haravan pauses for a moment. What are you looking at? Mind your own damn business. And let me know if you need anything. He marches down the stairs.
And then I guess as Nina comes out of the room, Nathan just pulls out like a handkerchief, essentially hands it to her. Feel better?
Why does everyone keep asking me that?
Because you just blew a room up.
It helped.
I mean, sometimes punching things helps, but I guess you're more of a blow shit up kind of person.
Yeah. I can punch things too, but didn't feel like punching anyone in the room in the face. And I'm already pretty hurt from that fucking cat. And she kind of like just realizes how beat up she was from being in that painting and kind of like clutches at a rib that's probably like popped out or broken or something like that. Because I am definitely below half HP.
Oh, you guys had issues with what was in the painting? That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Wasn't that hard last time? Anyways, turns around and walks off after Rowan.
Nina just stares at you like half considering punching you.
It'll make you feel better.
Rowan, you arrive downstairs after a slow trek down. You give a nod to Haravan, who was behind the desk. And you see him just like standing there, hands on the desk, eyes laser beamed on the stairs. And as he sees you coming down, he just... Is it done? Done.
And I would just like kind of shake my shoulders, like, yeah. I don't really know.
Okay, do I need to get some, a doctor or something? Are you guys okay?
We need help. Can you please, any sort of specialist, especially with curses, magical effects, something, just...
Oh, yeah, no, let me have someone send for Winnie. Hold on. And he turns and calls for someone. And you see him kind of talk to another attendant who gives a nod and grabs the shawl, throws it around their shoulders, and she heads on out. All right, go ahead and have a seat if you'd like. I just need to check upstairs. And he scurries upstairs. You help Corbett into the tavern area of Derry's and Derry's Tavern and Eatery, and you go for the first table you can find and help Corbett into a chair. He drops into it and his arms just rest on the table, and a hand just starts tugging at his hair. And he's not really responding otherwise.
I'm going to look around, and like the first kind of worker who passes by me, I'll grab their attention. And
oh yeah, can I help you?
Can you please get like a bucket of water and a rag?
Water. Yes. Yeah. Hold on. And this is also a halfling. This is like a young woman halfling, and she hurries to the back, and a moment later she comes out with a bucket, which she heaves up onto the table, sets down, and then pulls a rag out from behind her and drops it on the table. Do you need anything else? Is he okay?
Not really. Okay. Can you give us a little bit of space, please?
Yeah, absolutely. Do you need anything? Any food, water, or you hear Corbett just all of a sudden perk up. Ale, drink, whatever alcohol you have, as much of it as you can. And she nods and heads off.
I'm gonna turn a chair to face him and sit down in it. Corbett, can I please see your hands, please?
Sure. He holds them out to you.
I'm gonna put the rag into the water, and basically I'm gonna just slowly start trying to wash the blood off his hands. And cleaning the wounds. Let me know if I'm hurting you at all, okay?
I don't feel much.
Hey, you are still here.
I know. Thank you. It's just weird. It's
I
like
understand.
1 minute, I feel like I have all my senses about me, and then the next I'm in a completely different place, and I can hear all these voices, and there was that really awful voice of that woman that just, I couldn't get it out of my head. It just kept repeating over and over, and
I'm so sorry.
it's
If
all
you don't
right.
want to talk about it, I'm not going to ask you because I'm not going to pretend that I understand what you're going through. But I'm here. I'm going to listen.
Evil. You're a good person, Rowan. Thank you.
And look at this. Here. Look at all this ale now.
Oh my God, thank you. He reaches forward with his free hand and just starts slowly gulping down.
As I'm cleaning his hands and I'm going to start kind of looking more closely at him to see, are there any distinctive wounds that look almost like they're actually some symbols or anything, or is it just random mess?
Yep, make a perception check.
I'd also like to do it where I'm basically going to look him up and down, along the neck, and things like that, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to do investigation, you can. I'm kind of doing it more as perception as you're just kind of eyeing as you're cleaning.
16.
Yeah, you don't see any symbols. You just mostly see messy hair that seems to have been tugged on and just not kept. His clothes is wrinkled and rumpled. Like, this is a shade of the drow elf you knew from before in Red Larch. You don't see any symbols on him. You just see smears of blood here and there, seemingly from the wounds on the hands. And at this point, I think Nina would probably... No. Nathan is heading down. Nina, were you going to be following?
Probably. I think she is just trying to get away from that room for right now.
Okay.
And Nathan, when he enters the room, sees Rowan at a table, would just move over slightly to a wall and just lean on it and be patiently back from the situation.
Mm-hmm.
Nina might actually go outside of the tavern, just right out front, and just fresh air.
Yeah.
Probably start pacing back and forth, but yeah, that's where she's at.
Okay. You get outside, and I honestly do not remember what time of day it is.
It's probably afternoon because I feel like it was day when
yeah,
Char
you guys came from the manor. You came down. You just okay, yeah. So it's probably late afternoon. So you've got some late afternoon sun in the sky, and It was a surprisingly cool day today. This was the first day of the autumn. So it just had a wonderful crisp throughout the day, with just the slight... The sun's adding a lot of warmth, but there's this slight crisp breeze that just kind of is coming through. And you feel that on your face as you stand on the railing porch, hands on the rails, just letting it kind of wash over you. Nina and Chara, what are you guys doing?
I mean, Liam.
Nina, Liam, and Chara. Fuck me. All right.
Chara would have, been like, Liam, you sure you would have done that better? And then probably followed out of the room at more of a leisurely pace. Not really engaging with anybody, just kind of wandering as she does. Probably looking at paintings, still trying to make sure that she doesn't sense anything amiss with any others and that it's actually finished. As she walks the halls, a little apprehensive.
Yeah. You walk the hallways and you kind of see a few heads that are peeking out doors with little eyes peeking out. And as they see someone coming, it just kind of softly closes. Some where people are standing in their doorway just watching the scene that seems to have unfolded. They would give a nod. All right. You would hear one of them, show's over, it sounds like. Weird town, as the door closes behind them.
Oops. Didn't mean to get an audience. But then again, Chara always has an audience. And you'll make my way downstairs.
I really love the idea of Chara actually saying that about herself as she's walking.
Yeah. Fully. She talks to herself. And she does it in third person every once in a while. She flips between. It's a part of the storytelling effect, really. She's the narrator. That's how she sees herself. But anyway, neither here nor there. Can somebody remind me, out of character, we were planning on leaving tonight or tomorrow morning, correct? We were going to deal with something. And then we were going to head off towards the dragony stuff. Because my notes are incomplete.
Yeah, I think I had the same thing.
Okay. Then Chara's going to try to find where the party went with Corbett.
Yeah, it's easy. You head downstairs and you see Nathan leaned against the wall, just inside the eatery and tavern. And then as you pass through as well, you see Rowan and Corbett seated at a table. Liam, what are you doing?
It's a very good question. I was still in the room, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's completely demolished around me, right?
Yeah.
Is there anyone there?
Are you saying that out loud?
No, I'm asking you. Is there anyone there besides me?
No, you're alone.
And where was Corbett found initially? He was writing on the wall, right?
So yeah, he was writing on the floor when you guys found him. He was back corner of the bed on the floor behind it.
I'm gonna look around a little bit more, specifically around that area.
Okay. Roll me an investigation check.
That's garbage. That's a 10.
Okay. You start kicking things around. You'd already looked around the room for the most part, but now that it was destroyed, your foot catches the nightstand, which is half off kilter, and you see something just under it. And you right it and then pull it to the side, and you see more writing that Nina didn't see before. Still carved into the floor panels. And looks very similar to things you had seen before. I miss you. Annoying attic incident. Greatest competitor. And that's about all you find.
Okay. Okay. So give me 1 second. I just want to make sure I got something. Okay. I'm gonna take some of the Valleyvo's flyers that I always keep in my cloak, and I'm actually gonna put it to the ground, the side without the advertisement. I'm gonna take some of my tinder from my tinder box, or the flint from it at least, and I'm going to make a
Like a rubbing?
rubbing. Yeah,
Very nice.
not exactly where I was going.
Yep. All
I'm
right.
gonna make a rubbing of it.
You do, and you are able to easily get the words onto the paper, the silhouettes of them.
And it's just like a carving in the floor, right?
Yep.
Okay. That's gonna be all I'm gonna do. Aside from, this is one more thing I'm gonna do. I'm gonna drop some soap into the carvings.
Okay.
No reason. I don't have a rhyme or reason. I hope that it would get rid of the carvings, but I don't believe soap would do that. So it's just soap on the floor.
You do so.
That's some soap I've got to use.
And then what are you doing?
I'm gonna walk out and try to find out where Renina went.
Okay. You head downstairs and you see the rest of your party kind of gathered in the eatery. You don't see Nina in there, and you kind of head towards the front porch area where the door is open, allowing the cool breeze to come in, and you see her leaned against the rail.
I'm just gonna keep a slight distance, but keep her in my eyesight.
Okay. Chara, you head towards the table.
I do, yes.
Okay. Anything you guys want to do, discuss?
When Chara walks up to the table, she walks up to the table. Never mind. I had a thought. It's gone. She's at the table. What's up?
I'm
Is
basically
Corbett okay? Is what she'll say to Rowan.
I'll just like look up at you and just do a slight nod, like, really? Does he look okay?
Corbett gasses
So
and
yeah,
slams the mug down and then reaches for another one.
Looks about the same to me.
let's say looks about any of y'all on a given day. Oh.
I'll go like this to try to kind of, if you can come close to, so I can whisper to you. You come close?
Yes.
It's
Hot-
Shara. I have to know.
Yes.
Like, do you think you can see if anyone had booked that room? Any information about potentially who may be staying or has very recently stayed?
Outside of Corbett.
Correct.
Sure. I can find that out. I will. Be right back. That's a great idea.
You
Skip to the front of the
You
hotel.
skip to the front where you see Haravan having a conversation with, it looks like, a patron who has their family there, a set of half-orcs, a male, female, and then a small little boy half-orc in the mother's arm, and a little one, you're not sure what gender they are, but they are hugged around Dad's leg. And Haravan would give a nod as he takes their keys, and sorry again for the loud noise, but we hope to see you all back again here sometime. Safe travels on your way down to Red Larch. All right now, bye. Okay. As they give a nod, they say nothing as they head out.
Oops. Harrigan,
Yes?
I'm glad that we were able to help with all of the crazy stuff that's been going on.
Yeah.
I have another favor to ask.
Oh, okay.
The room that Corbett is in, insert room number
Yeah.
here. Has he been the only one in that room?
No. I mean, there's
No?
been a lot of patrons that come in and out of that room throughout the years.
Well, how about just over the last week? 2
Oh.
weeks.
I mean, mostly just Mr. Highblower since you guys came in town. I mean, there were other patrons that were in here. I could check the books, but for the most part, Mr. Antno purchased the room for the next 2 weeks. He said he would be coming back soon after he checked in at Red Larch.
Have you, well then, just for my curiosity, who stayed in the room before Antidote purchased it?
Sure. And he reaches down, pulls up his book, and starts going through the pages. Okay. Looks like... Yes, here it is. No, it was a Mr. and Mrs. Tappernan. They were on their honeymoon.
Wow. Okay. That neither helps nor hurts. I appreciate you.
Okay. Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Sure, we'll just go back to the table. It's like, Rohit, Antidote bought the room for 2 weeks, and there was a honeymooning. Like, she just like walks up, no pomp, no circumstance. So the people that stayed in before, etc., 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 honeymoon couple, but Antino purchased the room for 2 weeks. And I'm gonna be honest, I kind of forgot that Corbett was here. So, like, has he just been holed up in the room the whole time going nuts? Oh, shoot, he's right there, isn't he? I whisper this.
It's... Thank you.
As I'm speaking, I like slowly start getting quieter. It's like,
Give you a symbol of like, oh,
yeah, I didn't even. Oh shit! I'm gonna go on mute for a second.
Chara, just would you pay attention to your surroundings, please?
That's fine. I'm. It's nice not to have everyone so on their toes around me. Although you probably should be, because I might accidentally hurt someone. I really hope not.
I'm going to
You
immediately
hear this light clicking sound from the side of the room
Yes.
as you just see Nathan like click back the hammer on one of his revolvers and then put his hand back up.
Nathan, put that away. Quit it. Try to like wave her
He hasn't even
hand.
pulled it from the holster. He just like reaches down, clicks back the hammer, and puts his hand back up at his head.
Corbett looks over at you and just kind of holds up his mug. Someone needs to take care of all of you. 'Cause I'm clearly not going to do it.
Corbett, have you really now? Since obviously I fucked that up, Corbett, have you been holed up in that room this whole time? Did you go anywhere?
No, I've mostly been here. I mean, I went to the restaurant, the Wemmick, whatever. But for the most part, I mean, where am I gonna go? I mean, you see me, right? I say really insane things from time to time, and I can't control my volume sometimes.
Oh, we have that in common.
No, I've been here.
Pardon me for asking Corbett, but did all the voices, or specifically her voice, start down in the dungeon when you were locked behind that mirror portal thing?
No, that was when I went crazy. I didn't hear. I didn't hear that voice until here. Why here? Why here? Where am I? He starts looking around.
I'm gonna prestidigitate some smelling salt smells under his nose.
Oh! He starts gagging and
Didn't I do that to Rowan? I'm having
immediately vomits all over the floor.
Yeah, that's why I threw up. That's right.
That's right. Okay, my bad. Well, at least he won't freak out, hopefully.
You say that as he's just regurgitating recently.
Chara. Oh, well, I can clean it up. And Chara will prestidigitate and clean up the vomit. Like, he's fine.
Is there more of this? And he reaches forward and holds up a mug.
Again, I'm sorry for constantly kind of asking. I want to help solve this.
Oh no, solve away.
Did the voice immediately talk as if you knew who Nina was?
You're talking about the most recent one?
Yes. You said it started here, in this town, or this building?
Here. In this building. at night. I was sleeping when I first heard her. You know, my kind, we pride ourselves on strong minds. Can't easily pull one over on us, but whatever happened in that temple just shattered everything. Sometimes I don't know what's going on. Things fade in and out. I don't hear her voice anymore. But I remember it. It's like a poisonous echo. She wanted me to write a letter. And I think I did. Then I couldn't get her voice out. So I just kept writing. I thought maybe if I wrote it enough, maybe I could be free. I don't think that worked. He reaches forward and grabs a mug that a waitress has recently brought and just starts sipping at it this time, trying to get the stale taste of vomit out of his mouth.
You know, you may be one of the strongest individuals I've met. Because through it all, you are still here. And I still see you.
He doesn't say anything, but he just gives you a brief glance. Or he just kind of stares down into his drink.
Can you excuse me for a minute? I'm gonna get up, and the one that I had stopped to ask to bring someone that knew magic or anything, I'm gonna try and find that person and basically follow up, like, is something coming? What's going on?
Yeah, you kind of head towards the front desk. You see Haravan just shuffling behind there. And he tells you that he did send someone. It might take a minute for them to be able to bring them, but I would say maybe a few minutes later, Nina, you and Liam hear some voices calling out. A few moments later, you see a couple people running down the path. It looks like they make a turn at the end, heading towards where you know Winnie's place is. You see a couple more people heading that way as well.
Shit. Nina is going to look back over her shoulder. If she sees Liam, she's going to be like, come on, we have to go get her sister out of there. But she will head towards the manor as opposed to Winnie's to try and go in the back way to get Eunice. But she does try to tell Liam, or I guess if she doesn't see Liam, she would probably go in to try and find the others.
Liam's already up and chasing after Nina.
Okay. Okay, yeah. So, you do see Liam. So, do you guys run off, or do you...
I think right now Nina is shaken enough that she probably wouldn't run off on her own. She's pretty hastily gonna get, like, walk past Liam inside and be like, we gotta go get Eunice. And if like Rowan's right there in the front or something like that, she would be like, hey, we've got a problem, we gotta go.
Okay.
I'll return to Corbett quickly and like I have help coming. Seeing if they can help you more than anything I've been able to do recently.
You see him kind of look over his shoulder at the rest of your group that seem to be gathering. Oh no. Go on. You've got actual important shit to do. I'm
You're
fine.
Okay.
Holds up mug of ale.
I'm sorry to leave you.
Oh, don't apologize to me. We already went over that, remember?
Well, you know how stubborn I can be.
Get out of here.
And I'll stand up and I'll put a reassuring hand on his shoulder. I'll be back.
All right.
Have some
Char
more.
will pat on the shoulder and follow.
And then I'll start walking towards the door, but I'll do one last look over my shoulder.
Yeah. You see the back of Corbett as he just kind of leans over a mug. And that's what you see. The group of you gather toward the front where Nina quickly explains, we've got to go. There's shit going down. And you guys start to make your way down the path towards the manor. And then up the path towards the manor. It's probably going to take a good 30 minutes for you guys to get through the manor, back downstairs, and then probably another 15 to get down the path and everything. And
inside Winnie's place, though, her entrance into that was very much hidden. Like,
yes.
I don't get the impression that anyone's going to be able to find it right away. It was kind of like she made sure nobody else knew about it except for me at this point.
Yep.
Okay. So yeah, we would just go back down there and just try to be as quiet as possible, I think.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you guys make it all the way down the path. You see the break in the rock walls that, and you see the light, and you hear the garden sounds. And as you step in, the smell of underground environment just hits you, and flowers and trees. It's a very beautiful sight, this ecosystem beneath ground. And as you start to look around, you hear a noise off on the far end where you make your way over, up, and you see the familiar form of Eunice. And she is slowly pushing and pulling dirt and packing it around the body of her sister. Not Winnie.
Sadie, right?
Sadie. And she's already made a good amount of progress, and you see these mushrooms already starting to kind of spread all over Sadie's body. Forms of lichen kind of attaching to her neck. Slowly, you hear it just as it slowly spreads and just kind of weaves its way in and over the skin. Eunice doesn't really seem to pay you any mind as you all kind of stop a few feet away watching.
I don't really know what we're gonna do with her, but told Winnie we'd check on her. Could move her up the path, have her take over the basement of the manor, or like that weird room, but townsfolk can't know about her.
Can she come with us?
Winnie mentioned that she's kind of needs her space, her familiar area. That's why this was built, I guess.
I mean, I don't think it's a big deal if she moves into the manor in a space there. But we would need to tell what's his name.
Nathan will actually walk over beside her and just start kind of like pushing dirt onto her sister with her.
She sees your hand and freezes for a moment, and her eyes trace up
Logan.
to look at you. And she smiles. Back to the earth.
Where we all end up some point. He just keeps
Yes.
pushing dirt.
Yes. She'll live again. Feed, feed. All of us return. The cycle. And she reaches forward then and rests a hand on your wrist. You'll return too.
Eventually.
Yes.
But for both of us, and he reaches his other hand up and actually puts it on hers. Not today. Kind of stands up with her.
She, without even thinking, just rises with you. And you notice her hand on your wrist. It's not ill-intentioned or anything, but you can just slowly see these little spores kind of floating towards your arm, where little lichen just kind of spread for a moment and then curl up and kind of drift and fall to the ground. And she just looks at you and smiles.
Kind of like look back at everybody else. So the plan is what?
I don't know. Is she safe for here? Do we just find some way to get her big ass mushroom buddies to like block the stairwell?
I mean, we could always just collapse it.
That's true. We have another way in. I just don't want them finding her. We should probably wait until they're done upstairs, assuming that they're gonna spend some time in there. Nina will walk over, and kind of the most gentle you guys have ever really seen Nina be, kind of like approaches her. Eunice, do you remember? I don't know if it was yesterday. This is out of character, but when Sadie and Winnie were here, and your mushrooms came to help.
The mushroom men, the guardians of the garden. Yes, they help.
You make them do that?
They protect me. Though
Okay.
I do not sense them. Perhaps they're on a trip. Back to the ground. Food for the dirt. And the children
Right.
shall spawn new.
Right. She kind of like reaches out and pats her shoulder. Yeah, I think collapsing the tunnel's probably best. I don't know that she's gonna want a new home.
Oh. The garden. Home for all that grow. She just kind of mutters off and lowers herself back to the ground. And you see her dig her fingers into the soft dirt. And you just kind of see her rock into it a bit. And slowly, these little spores start to come up and grow out of the dirt.
Out of character, looking at my inventory, I got a lot of fire, but I don't have anything that's going to be able to, like, cave anything in.
Because out of character, my thought process is leave the tunnel to the manor open, but
Yeah.
close off the stairwell.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
And I don't know how strong she is, but if she can make roots grow under like the concrete of the stairwell or whatever. But I have no idea.
Yeah. Do we? I mean, she gets the sense that her mushroom men aren't here. If I go back over to the stairwell up to Winnie's, how overgrown does it actually look? Like, I imagine it's a fairly wild and integrated stairway, just based on how you described things previously. But is it pretty well kept? Like, is it?
Yeah, it's literally it's a stairwell that came to the cavern entrance for the most part.
Okay.
And there are the cavern entrance really wasn't like beautifully carved or anything. Looked fairly roughly hewn, but the wildlife just on the inside is kind of made its way up and around.
I have a question. Are we considering locking her here and then just using the entrance from the manor to come visit? Or are we considering putting her under the manor entirely?
I think just keeping her in the garden, not necessarily locked. Like, she could technically walk out the way into the manor if she wanted to. I don't think
Right.
she will. I just want to keep the people who are in Winnie's cabin right now, finding Winnie dead in her bed, from coming down here and finding Eunice.
Can Chara sense the presence of the manor here in this location?
How
Because the reason why I say, right, is if the manor sends out sends out like little mage hand essentially to do stuff, is that something that could reach here? It's a stretch.
With your knowledge, roll an Arcana for me.
Let me call on the house for help. Let me say, I'd like to phone a friend. My friend is the house.
I actually got a plan.
I rolled, just for my Arcana check, I did roll a dirty 20.
Okay. Yeah, you know as you're saying this, your thoughts are
Silly.
filling in the blanks for you. The manor, the arcane enchantments upon it, they don't reach this far. The enchantments were for the manor. If you wanted it to extend, you would have to be able to extend them yourself. You would have to know the enchantment itself.
Working on it. Okay, next time. Got it. Never mind. It was a fun thought.
Did Liam have one?
Liam, go. It's your turn.
I had to look this up, and it might end me up on a watch list.
Mhm.
But soap can actually be made to be explosive.
Certain soaps.
If water is electrolyzed to hydrogen and oxygen, and the resulting gas mixture is bubbled through a soap solution, when the soap bubbles are ignited, they explode with a very loud bang.
Okay, Flick.
So
Without our
what's
artificer
your
now.
what's your idea?
So, if we can take some water and electrocute it to the point where it separates into hydrogen and oxygen, it's kind of like dissolves it, we can then push the gas through the soap.
You know what? I'm going to pause you for 1 second. Roll me an intelligence check.
I was gonna say, this sounds like Doctor, not Rogue.
This was Flick, not Liam.
As I looked up is soap explosive on my phone, I'm going to end up on a watch list. Let me do this.
Wow, how meta.
Okay, what's my modifier? Intelligence, right?
Yes.
19.
Wow. Okay.
I
Okay.
wrote the road.
All right. Proceed. I can't say anything on a 19.
Love it. So all we need to do is electrify the water, push the gas through the soap, and cause the soap to explode, and we can collapse the tunnel.
Nina just holds out her hand and Eldritch blasts the wall.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
Yep. He's just going to look at Nina upset, put out his hand, and do another Eldritch blast at the wall, too. Way to ruin my fun.
All right. So the two of you Eldritch blast the wall. Go ahead and roll attacks for me. Are you aiming for the wall itself or the stairwell?
I would say,
I'm going to say the arch above the stairs. Gonna collapse it down.
yeah, I think it's gonna likely draw attention, but maybe we can, when we get back up to the top, like, claim it was like an earthquake or something like that, like an earth tremor. With all the ruins and stuff in the area, maybe it's viable.
Okay.
Oh, that was shit. What do I have to... +7 though? That's 15 and a 12 for my 2 Eldritch Blasts.
Alright, I get 2, don't I?
Yep.
13 and 13.
Where? I had charts on what these things would have. Okay. Okay. Liam got 13. What did you get, Nina?
A 15 and a 12.
15 and a 12. Okay. Well, it takes a while. It takes probably about 5 from each of you to really start. After the first couple, you start seeing the cracks in the stone. Some start tumbling. At one point, you realize you're going to have to hit the stairwell as well. And you start to hit it. You roll me a perception check. Everyone could roll this.
I got a 4. I'm just taking out some more aggression on this cavern.
Mm-hmm.
22.
Okay.
15.
Yep.
12.
Okay. Wait.
Nathan got a 2.
A 2. All right, Rowan and Chara, as Nina and Liam are throwing Eldritch Blasts, each of them looking a little different, just throwing spells, hitting the entrance and then the stone entrance and then the stairwell, starting to hit the stairwell as well. You guys hear some voices from up top. It sounds like concerned voices at first.
Oh, you're making a lot of noise. Remember, there are people upstairs that we're trying to hide from.
And with that, like, stone just starts tumbling as both of you throw one almost at the same time at the stairwell, and the rock just explodes outward. And the portions of the stairwell just tumble down, and you're able to cave in the entrance.
Well, okay, I guess it doesn't matter if you cave in the entrance, but now they're going to wonder what that noise was.
Yeah, we're gonna go up there and we're gonna tell them that with all of the ruins in the area that they might be experiencing some tremors, because we felt that when we were in Red Larch.
Oh.
Right?
Okay.
Alright. So on that note, Eunice is safe. I kept my word to Winnie for now. We'll check on her later. Did we get all of the paintings at the tavern? Tara did some investigating on those, right?
Afterwards? No.
Not enough? Okay.
I think you guys destroyed it and then went into Corbett's room.
But Chara, after we were all done in Corbett's room, specific, like they said this today, she was looking at other paintings a little hesitantly to see if there was anything else that we missed.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I apologize. Then, yeah, no, you didn't see any that you thought maybe had, the Tacna had jumped to.
Yeah.
Or infested.
I didn't think they had.
So we're feeling confident. We got all the paintings. This is done.
Maybe
so we're off to fight a dragon.
Or seduce it.
Listen, I can take one for the team. A very big one for the team. It will be fine.
I don't like the way you phrased that.
You are the one who said seduce the dragon. I'm just calling it like I see it. Okay?
No one's gonna seduce a shadow dragon. That is quite possibly the stupidest idea I've ever heard in my entire life, Nina says, looking at Liam.
So stupid that it'll work? That it's genius?
I'm
So
sorry, have you
stupid
seen a
that
shadow
it's-
dragon? It would just, it makes sense. Chara, having never seen
A
a
shadow
shadow
dragon.
has no idea. No. We're saving the seduction. But who knows? Dragons are smart.
Yeah, they are. They can give you lots of power, or they can eat you, or they can burn you to a crisp, or a number of other things.
Or they can make it so that it burns when you pee.
What?
Anyway. Nina has just this look of, like, annoyance with Liam that a sister gives a brother when they're saying these things. Like, I feel like that is pretty much Nina and Liam at this point. Like, the Eldritch Blast thing was them, like, trying to outdo each other on the stairwell, and so I know where we can go and get more information. And with everything going on, I would like to kind of figure out what the shit is going on with me. It is kind of on the way to Rune Death Manor, but I'm not going to say you guys have to come with me. I'm just saying.
Are you asking us to go to another town?
I'm asking you to come meet my grandmother.
All right.
Sounds lovely.
So excited to meet your family.
Point
Lovely's
of
not the word.
note. Ringdrith Manor is actually south of Red Larch.
I thought you said it was north.
No, sorry if I said that. It's south. It's south.
Okay. Well, in that case, rewind a bit. It is very much not on the way. So we can either go try to handle these cultists and figure out what the shit is going on. My sister.
Well, you said we get more
letter?
information there, right?
Well, yeah, but Chara also did all that reading in the manor. So, I don't know. My family's just sort of obsessed with dragons. So,
More info, the
Thanks
better,
a
to be
lot.
honest.
At this point, like probably the majority of the time, Rowan's been more focused on Sadie, especially when she's mumbling kind of to herself, very similarly to what we just witnessed with Corbett.
We've had a lot of problems with the cultists. I think that anything that can help us get a little stronger, maybe resolve some stuff. Basically, I'm saying we need to do some side quests to buff up.
Okay.
All zones.
I'm gonna turn around at that point and look at Nina and be like, we're gonna have to deal with your sister.
yeah, probably.
Not a probably. We have to. She used Corbett to get to you. He wrote the letter.
What?
She knew you were in this town, found out somehow, and used someone to get close to you. He wrote the letter and continued to write to try and get her out of his head.
Doesn't even make sense.
We're
We
gonna
haven't seen her in decades, so she's probably learned a bunch of new shit in the meantime.
I don't care what she's known, but we gotta stop her from using Corbett. He doesn't deserve any of this.
I agree. And she kind of like swings her arm a little bit, like excited. Not like she's not smiling or anything, but just like, yep, this has been a long time coming. Can't wait to shove it down my sister's throat, sort of thing. So you guys up for it? Then
I think that's what we've been saying.
Yes.
Lead the way.
I'm for it. And then Nathan leans down. Sweetheart, you make your own food down here, right?
Food.
Sorry.
She grabs handfuls of dirt and holds it up. Food.
Perfect.
She just smears it over her face.
How nutritious.
I
He
love
literally
it.
just pats her on the head like a little girl and just good.
yeah, can we like insight to make sure that is actually what's happening? Like, there's no sign of like Winnie bringing plates down here to actually feed her or anything, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Make a roll investigation.
19.
Okay. You, as you look around the cavern, you do see a little cabin down in the very southeast corner, and it almost looks to be more where it looks well lived in. But based on your role, you get the sense that Winnie lived here. This is more where she resided, and upstairs was more like the shop.
For show. Yeah.
And that you see some plates and cups and stuff, but it looks, only one plate really looks used.
Yeah, I think she's more mushroom than humanoid at this point. So, I think we're good. We can always stop back in because we do have the manor now. Home base. So, I guess we better go check out with Harriman. I owe him some money.
Yeah, just a little.
That's good. I got it covered.
Look at Nathan.
Well, then I owe you some money.
Well, just buy me dinner sometime.
Fair enough.
All right, you guys head back up the path from Winnie's up the cavern
manor.
path.
Yep.
Thank you. To the manor, and you guys head back out of the manor. You guys head back to Westbridge and make your way to the tavern.
I think while we were going through the manor, we would kind of grab anything we think we needed. If there was anything we saw while we were there, I don't know if anyone else has anything. I think Nina's fine, but Liam being Liam might have some stuff he wants to grab.
Yep. I actually have some stuff that I want to leave. And I'm going to leave all the soap behind.
Okay.
Because the soap was a bad idea.
Okay. You return it to the room you found it. Anything else? Anyone else need to do anything before we leave the manor?
Chara would.
I will never forgive Nina for this.
What is the mayor's name? My
Gulliver.
medicine brain is not working. Thank you.
Yeah.
Chara would go and just be like, I'm sorry. Chara would go and tell Gulliver that they were planning to leave. Are we leaving like now? Or are we taking a rest?
I mean, probably a bad time to ask for a bath, right?
I feel like it's a bad time to ask that.
I mean, probably not going to have one for however friggin' long and arduous this trip's going to be.
Okay.
So meaning it's a good thing we take it.
Great, yeah. So I would tell Gulliver that we're gonna leave in the morning.
Okay.
I think that makes sense.
And if he sees any strange mushrooms growing in the basement, to not worry much.
Mushrooms.
Yes, mushrooms.
They won't grow here.
Sure.
Yeah. The enchantments get rid of anything that's foreign. Other than living No, mushrooms wouldn't be able to grow here.
Okay. Well then, never mind. But we are going a little ways past Red Larch and then back and then around. And then we'll be back.
Okay. Are you leaving now, or?
No. Hopefully in the morning.
Very good. Everyone like some dinner?
I'm sure we would. That sounds great.
All right. So.
Oh, one more favor.
Yes.
Can you look after Corbett, a man that's staying in town? And just make sure he doesn't get into too much trouble. He has, what's the word? Gone batshit and will likely just need some additional care. And we, obviously won't be here.
This is a friend of yours?
A good friend.
I don't mean to interrupt, but Gulliver, what kind of enchantments are on the manor that you know of?
I mean, just the ones that were put on here ages ago.
Which I get. Like, you said things can't grow here or any foreign. Does that include, like, mental connections or, like, disenchantments for spells that might happen within the manor that shouldn't be here?
I mean, no, you can cast spells here.
Oh, well, that's unfortunate.
But certain things, like, were set in place long ago. Like certain plants, you could bring a plant from outside as long as it was potted. But you cannot plant a new one in the garden or anything. It simply won't grow.
Fair enough. Alright, moving on.
You know, that bath upstairs, though, that is like the best bath I've ever had in a while. Corbett
Yes.
might benefit from that. He might feel a little bit better, a little more at ease.
I mean, I can bring your friend here if you want.
Or
It might
somebody
be
can go
better.
get him now. He can join me, so that way it's
I've
not.
already-
There's two in there, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm already planning to go see him, so I can extend the offer.
Might I suggest before we hit the road, we take a long rest?
That's the
Well, that's why
plan.
we're leaving in the morning.
Okay. Sorry, I missed that part. There are people outside playing with bubbles, and I was distracted.
Worried they were gonna explode?
Soap now.
So, yeah, Gulliver would call for orders in the little horn in the wall. And the rest of you kind of spread out. Rowan, you head back to town and go to collect Corbett. Nathan, are you?
Yeah, I would have skipped
I'm with her.
Yeah.
dinner. It just says, "Hey, I'll eat when I get back and leave."
Yeah, Nathan trails after you as you guys head back to the inn. You find Corbett in a corner table, thoroughly sloshed, and just sitting there staring at some corner in the ceiling. There's a lot of active movement going on about the place now as it's getting dark and people are filing in. You collect him. He doesn't put up much of a fight. You guys do have to kind of help steady him as he's walking crazy, and you guys get him back to the manor after some time.
Kind of before that, though,
Yeah.
like when I arrived to see him, again, probably the first thing I would have done is check to see if someone had come to try and help him.
They were trying to go get Winnie. Winnie's dead.
Yeah. It. You at one point you kind of stop one of the waiters and ask if anyone has been to see him, and the waiter gives a small shake of his head. No, Harrivan tried to do the best he could. Apparently Winnie died. She was like, I mean, I know she was old and everything, but holy shit, she's probably the oldest one in the city. She's been here for fucking ever. Everyone went to her. I don't know what I'm gonna do about my toe fungus anymore. Fuck me. He just kind of scampers off. But you kind of look over at Corbett. You do see his hands have been nice. Well, they're wrapped. Doesn't look like a professional job by any means, but he seems to just be kind of sat there staring off, hands wrapped, just resting in his laps as he's just in his lap. He's just leaned back, staring at the ceiling.
But I'll basically just like wince to myself, like, since I was hoping that they would find someone else, but then just focus on getting them back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it takes you guys a good hour to get him up there with the two of you, and you guys make it back. The food is still set on the table. Most of the rest of your party are seated, already having finished theirs, and as you guys come in, Corbett doesn't look like he's in a place to eat at the moment, so you go ahead and take him up to a room and settle him down. And or you were gonna take him to the bath?
Yeah.
Okay. Nathan, you and kind of escort him to the bath and help him in.
I'll get him sorted out.
Yeah, get him sorted out and then have your own nice bath. And Rowan, as you return downstairs, it's interesting. The food is still perfectly warm. Doesn't look like it's aged at all. Looks like it just came out of the cookery in the kitchen as you kind of start filling your own plate with things. Anything else you guys want to do, or do you kind of settle down for the night?
I'm gonna bear down.
Okay.
I think Nina stays up if anyone wants to talk or anything, but I don't have anything specific to say. I think she's on edge and probably grumpy as per usual, but yeah.
I was going to
Char
say,
would
after his bath,
probably
Nathan might
loiter.
actually want to talk to Nina. So
Okay.
Okay. So afterwards, you help Corbett into some first room you find.
sure. Do you want me to roll a medicine for rewrapping his hands, or?
Yeah, actually. Yeah, if you're going to rewrap them.
17.
Okay. You find some nice bandages that looked like terry cloth before, and you just rip strips with it. And as he's still in the bath, arms just kind of resting on the thing, not really, just this distant stare. He doesn't seem like he's really there with you in the moment. You just kind of wrap the hands. And every now and then you see a slight twitch to his eye as you're doing it. But yeah, you absolutely get the hands wrapped and then help him up out of the bath. Get some clothes back on him and help him into a room. And then dry yourself off and head back downstairs.
Just kind of grab something to eat and find out wherever Nina's hanging out, I guess.
Probably that same bar you all made us talk in before.
All right. I just walk up and put my plate down and kind of sit beside you and kind of start picking at it. So, what are we expecting?
Big house, pretentious grandmother, potentially other family members, creepy fucking house, lots of magical items, lots of cursed items, but a lot of information that might help us out.
So, don't expect a warm welcome and don't touch anything. Got it.
Pretty much, yeah.
It's not going to be like an immediate try to kill you on sight type thing, is it?
Oh gosh, no. Like, family, we've got issues, but unless something has changed in Alia since the last time I saw her, I don't think she'd try to kill me on sight. The letter she sent me was nostalgic enough. But, the house, though? Man, that might try to kill us.
I'm refraining from saying anything because I already said leave and going to sleep, but I'm sorry, what?
I mean, we're used to that by now. Or at least I'm used to that. Not a warm welcome, cursed items, potential death. It sounds like a normal day.
Yeah. I think it's not going to be any different than this place. There's a reason I didn't want to stay here the first night we arrived. I think, if anything, this one's gotten a little bit warmer, though.
Chara would like smile into her drink a little bit, like, yeah, it has.
Well, people make a place home.
Then
Now,
that
I have
makes
a question
my...
for you. Out of character, is Rowan here currently? Where are you, Rowan?
No, I probably would have ate, and then I would have gone somewhere where I could like focus on sharpening my sword for a little bit.
Okay.
I probably would have like eaten and then like walked to where you told me you put Corbat. Like, go to knock on the door, hesitate, and be like, "No, I should probably leave him alone," and then walk off to sharpen the sword.
All right. Just kind of look over. I guess so. It's me, Chara, and Mia.
Yeah.
All right. So we're gonna go fight a dragon and some cultists. What is the actual plan? Because I love the ideals of trying to save everybody and fix everything, but unfortunately, ideals are peaceful. History is violent. So what are we actually doing?
I think we need a little bit more information before we can come up with the plan. We just agreed with What's-Her-Face from the Zen Terrain that we would do this, so...
We could
Yeah,
always ask somebody. Sorry, I didn't interrupt.
No, that's okay. Ask who?
Could always ask. Well, I hate to say, you know, the gods, but you can always ask the gods what's going to happen next. Or at least I've done it a couple of times.
You have?
I've done it at least once. And we were on the right track when I asked. So, if, you know, there's a god or a goddess that you prefer, I'm happy to get in contact with them.
Not super religious myself. I think that's Rowan's area. Nathan? You a religious guy?
So when we come up with a plan while she's trying to talk to the Easter Bunny, what are we actually going to do?
Ooh, it's an Easter bunny. Wow. That's fine. I guess we won't ask the question, but I'm just saying. I think the plan is to. Actually, I really don't know what the plan is. Just
That's all of our problem.
Great.
Nina will kind of like twist her glass a little bit, swirl it around, and she goes, "That matters where it all started for me. It's where I found the mirror. It's where things happened. So I think if I'm gonna get any answers, I gotta go back there. My family has been denying it for years, so if they don't know, maybe something else in the house does. And if not, at the very least, my grandmother has a library that is stupidly big and is bound to have more information on dragons, because the only reason my mom and dad got married was because my mom's family wanted the powers that my father's family got from a gold dragon. So they're a little bit obsessed with power and magic, arcana, and I think it would give us an edge and maybe let us do a little bit more research into, I don't know, whatever else is going on with these cults and these ruins."
Nathan is like actually stopped mid-cut of like a piece of meat and looks up and, wait, am I the only one that... Oh god, I know what the plan is to, family house and dragon thing. I mean, you do realize the Zenturium's gonna try to kill us when we're done, right?
Oh yeah, no, I kind of fully assumed that. I just haven't figured that part out yet. I didn't actually think we'd get that far.
wait, what? You think
well,
they're gonna kill us?
Yeah, wouldn't you? You have a
I
group
mean,
of people that are able to kill a dragon if we succeed, and you'd let them wander around freely?
I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
right.
If I had a problem with a dragon and I found a group of people willing to kill it or handle it, rather, maybe not even kill it but handle it, wouldn't you want to keep those people a little closer to your chest than to kill them, especially when you have so many forces at play?
I don't think you're thinking like an evil person yet. You're sounding too hopeful
Let me put
sentence
my
entirely.
Let me put my... Well, I thought that sounded a little more neutral than lawful, but like put my chaotic hat on for a second. I'd probably want the power of the dragon for myself. Really, if I was evil.
Definitely.
So I would figure out a way to join, and they didn't. They just want it handled. I think there's some signs that are pointing towards they probably won't try to kill us after it, but I don't think it'd be our at the very least. If I think about it for more than 30 seconds. Which, we're lucky. All right.
I'm just preparing for, the inevitable. You're right. Power from a dragon is a good idea. So more than likely send in the swords and show up at the very end when everything's clear. That's definitely a possibility. We finish it. You don't want somebody more powerful than you out there because you want to be the top of the chain. Get rid of them right away.
So
I don't know.
what I'm
I've
hearing...
never really seen the good side of people a lot. So I tend to plan for the worst.
I think that's smart.
What's a plan?
Befriend the dragon and then use its powers.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
That's where Liam seduced the dragon came in.
Correct.
I don't like that I'm not here to defend myself.
I got you, buddy. It's a good plan. I think it's the right plan. I actually think it was Chara's idea, if it was not Liam's idea.
It was Shara's.
That sounds right. That sounds like me from about 3 weeks ago.
Well,
All right, so we
nonetheless,
keep it in
I just
mind.
want to make sure we're prepared for that and not surprised by it.
I like the plan of studying up, though, and being prepared. And I think Nina's right that starting there is a good call. Not to mention the added benefits of possibly being able to handle some other business while in town. And Chara would look pointedly at Nina.
Well, all fine and good, but I swear to God, I get an arm blown off or turned into some weird animal at your grandma's house, I'm gonna be upset, and I'm holding it on you.
Nina just looks absolutely shocked that you would say that, considering 3 lost an arm in the dungeon. Ethan doesn't know this.
And turned into an animal, also.
Oh.
Is Nina is trying to replace 3.
Nina kind of looks and she goes, well, I'm not making any promises, but like you said, just don't touch anything.
I plan not to. I've been stabbed enough times in my lifetime.
You're gonna have to be more specific about what I can and cannot touch.
Just investigate it first. Do your little magic sniffing.
Okay.
Oh God, just touch the floor and nothing else.
Okay. Jara's sad. Her ears go down a little bit because she's chilling in her fox form. She's like, oh.
You guys
Fine.
playing Twister now?
What?
So what are you guys playing Twister now?
I think as they finish up talking, unless you guys have anything else to say,
No,
though,
I'm good.
and head to bed, Nina would kind of walk alongside Chara, and she would go, "But if it doesn't smell like magic and it looks expensive, you can take it."
Are you serious?
Yeah.
So please.
I don't
Okay.
think my grandmother knows half the shit that's in that house.
That's fantastic news. I've never stolen something from your house yet. So,
But really double check the whole magic thing, because that is where the night hag came from. So, if it gives you ick vibes, leave it be.
we're gonna figure it out.
What, the night hag?
The night hag.
The Night Hag!
I
We'll get
appreciate your enthusiasm about it. But, if we don't, you guys have my full support to put me out of my misery. I already made Nathan promise that he would if I lost control, so...
I don't think I could stop him. So,
Liam
I guess
talked.
that we have a timeline then.
Well, let's go try and see if we can't get rid of a dragon first.
Or befriend it.
Or befriend it.
Thank you. Thank you. Perfect.
All right. So you guys head to your respective rooms and start to bed down. Chara, roll me a d8.
A D8? Okay.
Are you getting another Fae visitor?
I would love to have a Fae visitor tonight. That actually would be perfect. Oh my gosh, where's my D8? Never mind. I just have to roll it on. Darn, I hate the digital dice. I really don't have it? Oh my gosh. I'm gonna get up and get a different one. I got a 4. Oh, it's right here. I'm not awake. I got a 4.
4. Okay.
Yes.
You head into your room and you do your nightly rituals. And as you're laying there, you hear some scuffling and some scratching. And as you turn over and lean your head over the bed, you don't see anything.
Hello?
You hear some scratching.
I'm gonna do the come here to whatever it is. the roof.
You hear some pitter-patter of feet. Seemingly sounds like it's from under the bed.
I'm gonna whip under the bed and try to see what it is.
You
Put
lean
my head
down
over the edge.
and pull the bed spread up as you look down and under. Just as you do, you hear a and a burst of purple flame comes straight for you, and you sit up. Roll me a dexterity save.
That's a 8, 9, 7. It's a 7.
This burst of purple flame comes straight for you, and you sit up. Your hair, though, pieces of it are singed and caught on fire for the moment. And as you quickly start to pat it out, you sit there and you see a little creature paw its way out, and its little head stick out and look up at you. And you see a little fairy dragon looking up at you.
Oh, so cute. Well, hello. Chara's gonna try to fish around for a little treat for it or something.
It
No.
pads its way out, and you see these wings kind of furl out, and it shakes. And then it lifts and flies around the room and lands on the bed in front of you.
Are you an omen?
What?
An omen?
Am I an omen?
Are you?
Am I?
Maybe. I'm gonna consider it good luck.
Interesting.
I'm gonna have to face a shadow dragon soon.
I've never seen a shadow dragon.
Neither have I.
I heard they're big.
As are many things. Just as many things are small.
You're big.
Okay, I'm regular size.
You're big to me.
And you're small. Tell me, what have you heard of night hags? Small one.
Night hags. They don't come from home.
Yet they live there.
No.
No.
No. They don't like the Feywild. They stick more to the house. At least that's what I heard.
The house.
The hells.
Reals?
Yes. But also the abyss.
Ah. Correct. What news have you of home?
The little fairy dragon tucks its wings back and it pads up, puts its 2 feet up on your crossed legs.
Oh my gosh, I want to keep it.
You smell. Not bad. Just like home. And a bit like humans.
Been hanging around them a bit.
What do you want to know about home?
I want to know how to open a door to home.
I can't open a door. Some creatures can. But they're usually the powerful ones. And
To walk between would be the preference, but
yes, it would be wonderful to walk between realms. Although I think I'd be scared to leave.
it's not so bad.
What if the air there kills me?
That is a question I've never thought about, and a new fear that has been unlocked. So thank you for that.
And it patters up your leg, kind of settles down a bit, and looks up at you. This is not what I expected of the human world. Kind of boring. As it looks around the room.
It's it's more boring than some, but more interesting than others. They have, thoughts about decorations that I just don't think make a whole lot of sense. It's very dark all the time, and not like the good kind of dark.
Humans always try and control their surroundings. It's their biggest flaw.
With that, I would have to agree.
You just gotta fade into your surroundings. If you try and control it, it's just going to overtake you.
Chara would, pat little fairy dragon's head.
It does this kind of guttural purr.
So cute. Oh, I wish you could stay.
I don't like it here.
Fair enough. So no rumors formed today then?
Rumors?
Yeah.
What's the last thing you heard?
Correct me if I'm wrong, something about a queen? Question mark?
A queen or the queen?
The queen.
The
Looking
fake
for
queen?
something.
Oh. You mean her gem?
Oh shit, yeah, that is what it was. Yes. Shit.
That was years ago.
Years ago?
Years and years ago. Although, time, it's kind of hard to tell between the realms. But in the Feywild, it was a long time ago.
Interesting.
Have you seen it?
The gem?
Yeah. Because the Fey Queen would be most gratuitous. Gratuitous?
I think that's a word.
Gratitude? She would be very thankful.
I'm going to keep an eye out for it. I happen to be venturing to a place filled with riches. 2 places filled with many riches, to be exact.
Fun. Bring as much as you can back. Maybe you can share it with me.
For your hoard.
And you see its eyes kind of go a little distant for a moment. Think I'm fading.
Well, hurry home.
What's your name?
Chara.
Nice to meet you, Chara. I'm... And like a burst of flame comes out. He says its name.
Okay, Gesundheit. See you next time, maybe.
And it's pause, kind of pat on you for a moment. And it just kind of fades away.
Adorable. I want one. I want 7.
You settle in for the night, and all of you get a long rest.
Hallelujah.
I needed that. I was really nervous when y'all were like, we're gonna go. No.
Liam, are you missing any health points at this point?
I was.
You should be back to maximum now.
I am.
Okay.
Remember, that's partly why I asked, can we have a long rest?
Yeah.
But you got lesser rest stored or whatever, right? To get your HP reset?
Yeah.
So, I realized that after last session, actually, I don't think it really affected anything because we weren't in any combat and other stuff, but I was poisoned, and I think it down in that cavern or something.
Yeah.
So,
I think you, if I remember correctly, you attended to yourself, I thought. And I thought Liam was the only one that kept forgetting to get attention. I may be
maybe
wrong.
I got to turn it off on my character sheet because I was like, I just saw it. I was like, I didn't think I had it. Maybe I did. So.
Was that like a permanent condition, or was that just like for this turn sort of thing? I thought that was just one of
Mine
them.
was different than his. Mine was very different.
Yeah, you were able to, once you were attended to, you just needed a long rest essentially, and
Okay.
it wasn't like a permanent effect.
Okay. Gotcha. Thank you.
Yeah, and you guys all wake up nice and early. Sun just cresting over the hill, and you guys make your way downstairs. You find a spread of food already on the table. Gulliver just already has a plate and just gives you a nod and a grunt before digging back into his plate of eggs.
Corbett around? Does he?
You don't see him. No.
I think Nina gets her plate, but she is antsy. She's like leg jiggling, eating really quickly, slurping caffeine.
Mm-hmm.
Chara's going to try to get Liam attention. Just like, psst, psst, Liam. Liam.
Liam's gonna pretend he doesn't hear it.
She's gonna cast message. Say, Liam, I need a favor.
Liam doesn't react.
Liam, she's gonna keep casting message. It's cantrip. Fuck you. I need the crab. I need to hold the crab.
I don't know if I want to give you my crab.
No. Please, can I have the crab?
What do you need it for?
I will. I don't want to tell you what I'm going to do, but I will allow you to profit from it, and I will leave half of the things that I put in the bag for you to keep. You just have to trust they will be of some value.
Do you promise not to get it destroyed?
I promise to not have it destroyed on purpose. I can't help an accident, but I promise that I will replace the crab should harm befall it.
I don't like this, but I'll be a team player. Zoidberg, I need you to go to Chara.
I feel like, does it just click across the table?
It
But if
jumps
things get hairy, you
out
come
of the
back home.
pocket, and you just hear the clicking as it walks sideways over towards you. And it looks over towards you, Chara.
I'm going to put it into my little hobo sack.
You pick it up and put it in your sack.
Yep. Fantastic. I'm going to subtly start sneaking silverware off the table and into the bag of...
Okay.
Thank you. That is all.
Thank you. Yeah, make a sleight of hand check.
No, don't make me roll for it. Just give it to me. Give it to me. That would be a 12.
Okay. You think you are able to be sneaky.
Great. I eat my breakfast. That's all I do.
All right. Anyone else?
Well, I would have gone and checked on Corbett.
Okay. Yeah, you find him passed out in bed still. Rumpled, but sleeping soundly. Anything else?
Does he have near him, like when we have brought it with us, his damaged loot or anything? Or I'll go to Gulliver and tell him about it. That's probably back in the room, and ask him to take care of getting it repaired.
What Chara smashed when she was in the room.
Yeah. Gulliver's like coffee to his lips as you're saying this. You all ask an awful lot. As he slurps at his coffee. Sure. I will take care of the broken boot. Scoops some more eggs onto his plate.
I mean, you've got all this time now that you're not dealing with the Zentrim, right?
Of course. Thank you for freeing up my schedule.
Oh, anytime, old friend. Anytime.
You guys finish your breakfast, and do you guys decide you're headed to Rundreth or your grandmother's first?
I like grandmother.
I think we're going to Granny's.
Granny's?
Over the river and through the woods.
Okay.
To grandmother's house we go.
Then that sounds like a good place to let's take a break. Let's take a 10-minute break. That'll give me a second to get some things together. And then we'll jump right into it. Woo! Woo-woo! All right. Be back in 10.
Okay. Nathan, what is your favorite cosplay that you've made so far?
I did actually.
Tell me.
Maze Hughes from Full Metal Alchemist, actually.
Really?
Nice.
Oh.
And I actually had, not even kidding, 4 people cry at one of the last calls I went to in that cosplay.
Wow. That's
I
really
mean, I should feel bad, but it's great.
Do you have pictures?
I think it's readily, quickly available. I think I do.
I think my first one I'm gonna do. It sounds lame, but it's probably just gonna be an Inuyasha cosplay.
Explain.
I love it so much. It's on Netflix right now, so I've been binging it. It brings me just so much nostalgia and joy.
Yeah, my best friend when I was in grade school was obsessed with it.
Yasha from Critical Role? Oh, Inuyasha. I was like, how old were you when you watched it? I was. Oh, I just grabbed more. This is so weird. Still slaps. I remember Reboot. I hate all of you. I am a decade older than some of you. Yeah. Mhm. Okay. Ah, damn it. You say this as you guys are traveling down the road. Sorry. Apologies. Hey. Okay. No. Hold that thought. Continue amongst yourselves. It's taking longer than I thought. All right. You guys are headed east on the stone trail. Let me throw you on the map here so you can kind of see what we're talking about. Okay. Excuse me. So, here is Westbridge, and you guys started your way down the stone path. Sorry, that was really crazy crooked. You didn't do that. But you guys made your way down the path, and you come to, actually, Valley. Oh, sorry, that was an echo. You come to, it's not there, that's all right, a large opening eventually where you hear it first, and you smell it and feel the air starting to press against your face. There's water ahead, and you know the Desserin River is not too far ahead. And the further you go, you start to see a structure that looks like, it's really odd from your perspective on the path, but it looks like a dark line of stone that goes straight up and forward and just disappears far over where you know the river to be. As you continue on and you get closer, you come to a set of stairs that are built that go up and up and up. And as you go up them, you see carvings of dwarven faces along each and every step, and a dwarven runes under each face. Nina, as you kind of eye each of them, you see that they are names. And as you crest the top of these stairs, you see a long stone bridge, old and going on all the way across the Desserin River, almost, I can't even remember how far. I want to say it's almost a mile over the river. This is a feat that this bridge was built, and especially so long ago. But it is smooth, as you've come to expect from the dwarven ruins you were in below, in the temples. And the only thing you're slightly concerned about as you start making your way along this flat stone pathway, basically bridge, is the wind that passes over. There are no railings along this bridge. It is just a flat stone path, and granted, it's about 20 feet wide, wide enough for carts to go back and forth on. The stairwell, though, there, when you were going up, you noticed there was a section that looked like it could be, a cart could be pulled up it, a flat section. But as you guys make your way across the bridge, you just for a moment stop and look out across the river. And just this sense of no, you're fine. Oh, no, you're good. You just take a moment and take in this sight of just wonder. Each of you kind of in your own thoughts and such. And you eventually make your way across the bridge. You see ships passing now and then far below, and seagulls that actually fly under because of how high up you are. And eventually, as you get to the other side and you start the descent, you do pass a few people that are coming across as well. A few travelers with their hoods up as they start to pass by. And they give you a slight nod and continue on their way. And you make your way down the stairs to the other end. Thought I might have a picture of it for you, but I can't find it. So, anywho, you guys continue on your way across the bridge, and you eventually see a town that looks quite unfamiliar, but you ask some passerbys and they point you forward and say, direct you that is Belliard. The stone trail that you've been traveling along seems to go pass right through it. Do you wish to continue on your way, or do you wish to stop? Bracklewhite. So this Rowan and Liam, you especially remember Flick speaking of Belliard several times. When you guys were first in Red Larch, Belliard was where you had gotten clues that the delegation had disappeared. They had been traveling from Belliard, heading south. They disappeared. That is where all of these kind of started, was the delegation that had left Belliard previously. Oh, yes. Yes. All right. You guys head in to follow the trail and head into Belliard. It's one of the more pleasant looking villages that you've run across in the Desserin Valley, thanks to the many trees still incorporated. It's a market moot for local cattle drovers, and it surrounds the intersection of the Desserin Road and with the Stone Trail. So the Desserin Road, which goes north, and the Stone Bridge. Stone Path, sorry. As you guys come in, you do see a lot of the homes that are built around trees and such. There are quite a few cattle farms and fencing. There are ranchers going about still their normal daily work, but it does seem like people are starting to kind of finish up as the light is quickly fading. You see a public well in the middle, as well as a pond where it looks like harnessed horses or oxen can be driven through the water to bathe them, drive off flies, let them drink. You see a shop for a tanner, a smith, and then some horse dealers and trainers. The stables are extensive here, and they seem to be half full. But you do see what looks like a fairly populated area. A lot of people seem to be heading towards what looks like a tavern / inn. That as you near, you see a sign hanging on the door that says the Watchful Night Inn. No, they're built kind of around the trees. Yeah. No. Yeah. The inn, as far as you know. That's about as much as else as you've seen thus far. Okay. You guys head into the Watchful Night Inn. And you settle into a table. You notice. Sorry. There was more descriptions on this place, but I, for the life of me, cannot find it. So here we go. No. Nope. You guys take a seat at a table, and this definitely feels like the main hub for the evenings. A lot of people are kind of filing in. A lot of ranchers seem to be coming in, patting each other on the back. You hear them start to gather up, tell stories. You also see a good number of what looks like, well, actually, roll me perception checks. Rowan and Chara, you guys notice there seems to be quite a few, what you're able to pick out, mercenaries, bodyguards, beefy looking people, hard individuals. Noticing them, you don't get the idea that they look intentional in any way. They don't look like they're stirring up any trouble or anything like that. But you just notice there seems to be a presence of them here. They all seem to kind of recognize each other. Some of the ranchers split off and join. Very much an intermingling of just odd people, hard workers, mercenaries. And you don't see any waiters popping around. Everyone kind of seems to make their way to the bar where most of the wait staff stay and are busily going back and forth, handing out drinks, getting food from the back, setting it down for those waiting for it before they make their ways to the tables. No, go for it. Not at the moment. Nina, you head over to the bar, and it takes a minute. You kind of squeeze your way up, and there's what looks like a rancher standing there, and he kind of notices you, and he kind of shoves the person over, and, hello, miss. And then just kind of waits for his drink, but kind of makes a little bit of room for you. Food's great after a hard day of work, of course. Any kind of food's good. Drink-wise, I mean, nothing special other than unless you got a little extra coin to spend. True enough. Mead's not too bad, but yeah, the ale's pretty darn good here. Yep. You going for mead or ale? Great. All right. The waiter that takes your order gives you a nod, and a few minutes later, you've got a tray of mugs of ale, and then he plops down several platters of meat and nuts and such. and some cheeses. And he just looks at you. All right, as he throws a towel over his shoulder. That'll be 1 gold and 8 silver. Ah, thank you very much. What form are you in? Okay. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, if you want to play, go for it. We have some that pass through now and then, but yeah, you can have at it. We're not going to stop you, that's for sure. Yeah. Ooh. Uh-huh. Go ahead and roll a performance check. As you start off, you're just kind of there off to the side of the bar, and as you start to play, several of the ranchers and mercenaries kind of look back at you, and they kind of turn, and some of them actually turn to watch, and they make some space for you, actually, as you kind of play and make your way over to the bar. And one of them would actually help you up onto the bar to sit. And you notice the waiter that had gotten the food for Nina at one point comes up, rests his hands on the counter, and looks around at the rest of the patrons, who seem thoroughly enjoy this performance. And some of them start asking for more drinks, at which point he kind of looks at you, Chara, smiles, gives a nod, and fills a drink and just slides it towards you first. All right, who else wants some? And he starts grabbing mugs, and people start seemingly much more in a place of happiness now that they've got some entertainment. Oh, yes. Let's see. By the time you make your way back to the table, you find in your tip jar 5 gold, 13 copper pieces, and 3 silver pieces. And as you make your way back to the table, you get a lot of clapping, a lot of people requesting more. No one here seems outwardly rude or like trying to cop a move or anything. Anyone that looks like they might be, you see a couple of mercenaries just quickly like No, step back. Like, there's a certain amount of respect that's garnered here as you make your way back to the table. The rest of you have kind of been just eating, drinking, Nathan avoiding cheese, and just watching the performance as she makes her way back to the table. Um, I would say looking around, you don't see any familiar like you're speaking of. You those that you do see, you don't necessarily recognize. You certainly don't see any Zentarim. Yeah, you see tattoos on a lot of the mercenaries, but a lot of them look faded. You see some familiar ones, like you see one Harper's, you see some other known factions, but again, they're almost half covered, very faded. And in listening to a lot of the talk around here and the conversation going back and forth, you kind of get the idea that Belliard seems to be a hub for people that have come here to retire, to make a life for themselves from the big city, came out this way to just live an easy life, working hard and just enjoy life and retire doing what they do best. Make a perception check. You do notice someone at the bar. He's been standing there for a while, half leant on it, drink in hand. And every now and then he just kind of looks over at your table and then quickly looks away. This looks like a human male. He's, I wouldn't say nicely dressed, but he's in what looks like what you would say is cowboy dress. You do see at one point someone come up and slap him on the back, and they greet each other. They talk for a minute before the other person leaves, and he's by himself at the bar. You don't feel like he's zoning in on anyone in particular. Mm-hmm. Correct. Well, yeah, I mean, if you want to roll a, I guess, history? You don't recognize him. Yeah. Mm-hmm. It takes a minute. It's a pretty active area, but you are able to sidle up kind of behind him. He doesn't seem to notice you at first. He comes forward. Yeah, what you need? Yep. He kind of sweeps them towards him and grabs a pitcher underneath and starts filling them for you. For that would just be 8 silver. As you're doing that, the bartender, as you start to take your time, you see him just visibly get annoyed. And at one point, he just reaches under, grabs an empty cup, and sets it down. And you see it says tip jar on it. When you're ready, and he moves on. As you're counting it out, at one point, the gentleman next to you kind of looks over his shoulder at you and catches your eye for a moment. Do you need some help covering that? Yeah, you're gonna want a few more silver there. Bendar. Is it? I didn't think it was, but all right. What's your name, friend? Good to meet you, Tilda. He'll shake it. I don't know why I'm looking this way when he'll shake it. No, mm-hmm. He is firmly back. Probably not as firm as you, but it's very much, you feel the calluses on the hand. It's a strong grip. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, I'm one of the cattle drovers. Yeah, I got one of the ranches further north. Where are you from? Let's see. One of the coastal towns? Which one? Valen. Valen. Yeah, more down towards like where the jungles are and such. I've never been there. But I'm from I used to be from Waterdeep. So, I mean, I've heard of quite a few places, but I've never been that far south. It's yeah, that's a good town. I mean, aside from all the weird shit happening out in the valley and such, but there's always going to be weird stuff. I mean, when you grow up in Waterdeep, there's always things going on. It's kind of why I wanted to come out this way. Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes just good hard work, satisfying. Not always trying to one-up others or just work for some coin. Enjoy life. Yeah, what are you in? Judging by the look of you, well, we drive a lot of mercenaries here and bodyguards, but you don't have the hardness around the face. Traveling guard? You part of a delegation. Well, that's wise. Oh, yeah. It's your friends? Sure. He take a long draw on his mug, sets it down, looks at someone that's set theirs down and just kind of picks it up and follows you over. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you guys get to the table and he kind of gives all of you a nod. Ah, hey there. You all Tilda's friends? Traveling group party? Ah, you were the one that was singing earlier, right? Ah, playing? Really good on those pipes. A party trick. Well, it's always nice to have a minstrel traveling through. So, what are you guys heading through here for? He kind of looks between the two of you. Okay. Yep. So, is your family here in Belliard, or? Ah. Yeah. I understand. Oh. Oh, you're looking for rumors. Talk of the town. I mean, there's always the normal stuff going around. There's the tale of the watchful night. There's that whole delegation that disappeared months ago. What else? Been a lot of odd activity in the valley. A lot of weird folks coming through town on the skirts of it. Yeah, sometimes they come through. Thought it was. What exactly you want to know about it? Which one? What do you want to know? The he kind of gives you an odd look, Liam. Looks over to you, Tilda, for a moment. Well, watchful night. That would be this here establishment. Nashor runs it. Flirting. Guy, he got you your drink. Tell Miss Tilda. He's proprietor. What's that? Yeah, Nashor. Yeah, he's just got short patience. But he runs a good establishment. What? About the worshipful. Well, I mean, it's not rumors. It's just kind of a legend of the town. It's apparently a long time ago, years and years ago, this place used to be haunted by some kind of horror. Oh yeah. This here place, the inn, the tavern. It was like some kind of, I think they called it a helmed horror. Used to stand right in the middle of the common room. Apparently, this is years ago. But it mysteriously vanished years ago. When I say years, I mean before I was even born. Yeah, well, but the original innkeeper, shortly after the horror disappeared, innkeeper went missing shortly after. That's about it, yeah. I know, it's not much. But... Oh, the delegation for Mirabar? I mean, they went missing, apparently. Let's see. Well, if I remember correctly, hold on. Yeah, thank you, Ryan. And he reaches forward and grabs one, takes a bite off. My apologies. I knew we were going to get along, Miss Tilda. He grabs a piece, bites it off. Now, the way I heard it from Senya, one of the servers, shortly after... No. It was while the delegation was here. She noticed some kind of strange monk that was in the tavern. And you can notice, you can see how people can just kind of blend in here. There's a lot of folks. But the weird thing about this one is he wore a golden mask. And he seemed to be eyeing up the Mirabarans pretty closely. Senya, she's got a good eye, so she would know. After the Mirabarans left, she never saw that monk again. Yeah, I know. Who comes into a bar wearing a golden mask? Just had eye holes. Completely gold otherwise. I think it had a slightly demon feature to it. What's that, friend? What? No, he just said, "What's that?" Is meth normal? The mask. No. Golden mask. You got golden mask? He kind of leans, looks over towards Tilda. Your friend's a little different. He's not from around here. Make a persuasion check. Uh-huh. Roll me a history check. you feel like it sounds. You feel like you remember having a conversation one night around a campfire with a familiar companion, Fasta, who mentions something about monks and golden masks, but that's about it. Mm-hmm. He looks at you for a minute and kind of sits back a bit. Huh. And his eyes start to kind of trail over each and every one of you as he crunches on his cheese stick. Right, well, it's been good talking with all of you. Tilda, Frank, he stands up, grabs his borrowed mug, and heads back to the bar. He heads right back to the bar.
Judging from the people in this room, I doubt it happened in town.
Yeah, no,
I'd be
I
more
agree.
worried about on the road.
Yeah, but there's a big difference between bandits and monks. Or a monk, but they may have had others. That's a little more skill.
We're going to fight a dragon. If you think we can't take a couple of bandits or monks in the woods, I think we have bigger problems.
Why would you say that?
Nathan literally just points to Nita with his fork and is nodding. Mm-hmm.
What do you mean, why would I say that?
Have you never heard of, like, the 1-inch punch?
No? Is that supposed to mean something?
It means monks tend to be very well trained. And disciplined.
Are you saying you're neither of those things?
Correct.
Well, I disagree personally, but I think you're fine. Plus, how many monks get out there can say, I slayed a dragon?
At least one, statistically speaking.
really. I don't think dragons are that common.
But there's at least one monk. You're telling me that 0 monks have ever killed a dragon. Ever.
There is a statistic possibility that, yeah, 0 is the number.
Nina's gonna pull out a piece of paper and write it down as like, okay, I'm actually starting a list. Look up if a dragon has ever been killed by a monk.
Correct. Have I ever heard DM, have I ever heard stories of monks killing dragons, like any tales or songs of glory?
One Punch Man.
Yeah, roll history.
Thank you.
There was
This
one
is
famous
very
monk.
important. This is very
His name was Chuck Norris.
great.
Fuck you
Five.
for taking my.
I got a 7.
No.
Great. Chara's gonna go, I heard about Sir George, the monk, from,
Monks
Not
don't get
here.
knighted. What are you going for here?
well, he killed a dragon, and that's how he got knighted. This was after the monastery.
Sure.
Great. As long as you believe me.
I believe that you told me that story, yes.
Thank you. There you go.
You guys finish your drinks and your snacks.
Ooh, Chara is gonna look around the table. I need an hour of your time before bed.
Should we go up into a room? Should we get a room?
Oh, we should at least get one room, yeah.
Is this place an inn as well as a tavern?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. How many rooms do we want? I can bunk with Chara if we want to save a little bit. Or Rowan. Or anyone really. We can all sleep in one room for all I care. I just get a bed.
I don't care. Whatever they have, I guess.
Say one room because we all know that Liam was going to sneak out and not be in the room anyways.
I vote one room because there are lots of mercenaries.
That too.
All right. Nina will go try to reserve one room for the night.
You head to the bar, wave down Nashor, who comes and you mention you want a room, and he gives a nod. You guys exchange cash, silver. You just want one room?
Yes, please.
5 silver for the night. As you hand over the silver, he slides it into a cup, grabs under, and tosses you a key.
All right. She'd give him 1 full gold and just be like, keep the change. I'm sure we'll have breakfast in the morning.
Thank you much. You guys head upstairs to your one room. There's a bed in there. I'd say maybe like a queen size. It's not a very large room. There's definitely some floor space for those of you who want a bed bunker down on the ground. Otherwise,
As we were walking up to the room, I would have told Liam and be like, if you plan to sneak out and plaster flyers everywhere, please be careful. This place has a little more dangerous people that may be more observant. I'm not gonna stop you from doing it. Just be careful.
I take so much offense to you right now.
What was that?
I take so much offense to you right now.
Okay. I accept that you're offended.
I am just going to take a restful sleep.
I will believe that when I see it.
So
And
I
then
gotta ask, does anybody sleepwalk here? Anybody yelling, screaming in their sleep, just so I'm aware before I wake up freaking out because somebody's screaming at me?
I don't think I've ever done that.
Who all sleeps naked?
Um,
Because I need to be sure that
so there.
Nathan raises his hand.
I mean, I'm technically covered in fur when I sleep. Does that count, or is that like not what you mean?
I don't know. Does that count?
So I
It
talk about it.
depends. It depends on what you think, I guess.
I guess I technically kind of did that once, where I walked off the edge of a cliff to save a friend.
In your sleep?
I woke up in the process. It's kind of when I discovered the whole wings thing. Only once. Not a big deal. Good night.
Wait, oh, okay. I guess we don't need Rowan. Yes.
I literally walk over. Like, I haven't gone anywhere, so if you want to pursue it, you can. I literally just
So
walked
we're all
over.
stuck in the same little room. It's
Oh, yeah,
not just
that's
going
true.
anywhere.
I
Can't really
literally
go
am
anywhere.
slumping down the door, and like that's where I'm planning to sleep, is against this door.
DM, I have a, you know, I don't have a question. Never mind. I read my character sheet wrong, and that's okay.
Okay.
Apparently, Char is like loaded because I haven't spent any money.
Rowan hunkers down in front of the door. I think, if I heard correctly, Nathan strips down naked.
No,
You don't have to be naked for the ritual, you know. Like, I just need you all to sit here and hold my hand for a minute.
Nina sits down next to Chara and holds her hand.
I'm still gonna have like all of my blood after this, right?
Yeah,
No promises.
yeah, of course.
Whatever. Nothing a good night's sleep doesn't solve, anyways. Just sit down, hold your hand.
Yep. Liam,
Yes.
would you like to sit here?
Commune with some spirits.
Sure, why not?
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. So we're gonna sit here for about an hour, and during that hour, you know, Chara's like almost neon blue light. It looks like orbs and flames around the orbs are kind of going through the room as she absorbs knowledge. And I will take the spell divination at the end of the hour.
Okay. Those of you participating, other than Chara, roll me a d20. Actually, roll me a Constitution check.
I think that's all of us, right?
Yeah.
26.
Okay.
And that one.
I got a natural too. So, so
Liam?
I'm sorry, guys. Give me 1 sec.
Yeah.
Okay. What are we doing?
Constitution check?
Sorry. Explain. I got an email from work saying that one of my patients owes $480.
Yeah.
And I'm like, the fuck? Insurance. How do they owe that much money? And I was concerned that like some billing mishap happened, and but I didn't. The client just owes a lot more money than their insurance pays, and it added up. But to answer your question, dirty 20.
Okay.
Sorry,
Nina
sorry.
and Oh, you're fine. Nina and Rowan. Actually, Chara, as you're finishing up, you hear some slight snoring, and you 100% see Rowan and Nina just completely conked out, asleep, unable to stay awake with it.
Awesome. I
What
don't.
kind of knowledge do
Maybe
you
no.
absorb?
We would be the
Chara?
most emotionally exhausted.
That's awesome. Thanks, guys. Do I still learn the spell?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, great. I was like,
Yes.
wait, do I still learn it?
No.
What kind of knowledge do you absorb when you're doing the ritual?
I borrow it, right? I
From the people in the ritual?
know from the spirits that
Okay, just checking.
surround
I
me.
was
Yeah,
curious.
spirits. No, not from you all, but you all help conduct it. If I don't have enough of you, I can't learn certain things, and this one is just a particularly powerful.
That's really neat.
I think I'm pretty neat too. And then Chara's gonna fish into. Give me 1 second. My dog is like growling at me. She's like, well, she wants my attention. She started because she's a
yeah.
puppy. So she started doing this thing where she'll like get close to me and then back up a few feet and then go. "Arr."
Yep.
Hey, yes, I see you. So let me see what she.
I imagine when Nina sleeps, her golden veins, like,
As she snores, like
yeah, or like her heartbeat, but yeah, it's like a wave of like her draconic power. But I imagine there's like some purple tinged into it now as well, as she's got these two different beings that give her abilities.
cute, scary.
Nathan like leans over and picks up Nina and puts her in the bed.
You'll appreciate it.
Is there a place that Chara's gonna stand up and say, okay, I will return with some answer.
I'm sorry, answers to what?
Questions. We have questions, right? About what's gonna happen next.
Wait, what?
You wanted to know what the plan was. We've decided on the plan. But let's find
Yeah.
out if the plan's gonna work.
Oh, you're gonna do that talking thing you were talking about.
I'm gonna do the talking.
Good luck.
Oh, thanks. Chara's gonna skip out and I think I'm gonna try to find my way to.
Nathan actually walks over and picks up Rowan too and puts her in the bed to free the door so you can walk out.
Oh.
Better roll a strength check.
Yeah, you better roll a strength check. She didn't take any of her armor off.
13 total.
How much do you weigh, Rowan?
Do you get a full long rest if you don't take off your heavy armor?
I honestly
That's a
don't know.
good question.
I thought it interfered with your ability to get a full long rest for some reason. Maybe that was a homebrew rule for something.
You can with no penalty over. Oh, it's an optional brew from
Okay.
Xanathar's guide.
Okay. So imagine how uncomfortable that shit is.
Oh yeah, I mean, but it's just so emotionally exhausted. It's
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like the base books don't hold a penalty, but Xanathar's does offer an optional roll, which clearly I haven't done
Yeah,
anything with.
no
'cause I
worries.
didn't know about it.
I mean, if you want to institute, I'm totally fine with that. It's part of the roleplay, but
Not today.
Nathan wants to live, so he ain't taking anything off you.
Yes, you are able to, with a little bit of struggle, drag her backwards and get her
Well,
into
probably
the
a
bed.
lot of struggle.
Yeah.
I rolled a 14.
you get her into bed eventually. Minimal bruising for Rowan.
I'm gonna wake up with bruises bed. How the hell did I get this?
Chara,
Yeah.
you exit the room. Where are you headed?
I want to get to the roof.
Okay. You don't see any direct stairs or anything. You do see a balcony. There is a side door that leads to a balcony that kind of wraps around the second floor. There's no way to the top of the roof unless you do a little bit of a climb.
Could I just Misty step?
Sure.
Yeah, I'm just gonna miss because
You misty step and you visualize exactly where you want to go. And yeah, you find yourself at the top of the roof of the Watchful Inn.
awesome. So I will sit there and I will consider my meager belongings, and pull out. I'll actually pull out Windbane
Okay.
and rest it on the ground next to a basic stick of incense, and offer Windbane sacrifice to her, not hernia, like the medical condition,
Erroneous.
Heronius. Gosh. Offer Windbane as a sacrifice to Heronius, and cast divination. To ask. I'm trying to think of the question.
Yam looks so excited by this.
You're sacrificing Windbane? What? Okay.
Am I supposed to not sacrifice Windbane? Now I'm nervous.
Nope. Already done. All right.
Right? Right?
You're good. We got no issue with that.
I guess I'm giving it to Heronius. Because it's an offering. So I guess I'm not sacrificing it, but I'm offering it to Heronius.
It does say sacrificial offering appropriate to the religion.
A sacrificial offering appropriate to your religion.
Which, for Heronius,
Would make
as
sense.
you remember Rowan speaking, is a war god. So offering a weapon, a powerful weapon, would absolutely qualify.
Okay. Now I'm nervous, but I already did it. I already said I was going to do it, and I didn't think past this point. I would, and I can ask a single question concerning a goal, event, or activity to occur in days. So my single question, I'm going to ask,
Are you still thinking, or did you cut out?
I paused because
You're
I'm
good.
thinking. I
You're
know what
good.
I want to ask, but I'm trying to ask it in character and not ask it as me, if that makes sense.
You're good. You're good. Take your time.
And
I'm
I
looking
should.
up
I've
stuff
been planning
anyways.
this. I've been planning this for 30 minutes. I should know what my question is. With all of the different preparation that we're doing, we've got like 5 plans, comma. What path will we find success with the shadow dragon? Flash. What are the ways to overcome or conquer this quest?
What was the first part?
I'm essentially trying to ask which path or paths with an S will lead to success when it comes to the Shadow Dragon quest. Ooh, that rhymed. That's good. Very bardly of me.
You ask this first question. And what's your posture? Like, how do you look as you do this?
Chara's sitting cross-legged
Mhm.
with her palms up on her knees.
Okay.
In front of, she's got Windvane with a little incense stick sticking out of one of Windvane's little ornate
Got it.
areas, and is burning it and is looking down at the weapon.
Okay.
And specifically, she's thinking towards Heronius as the god or one of his adjacents.
You sit for a moment, and another moment, and another. And you start to wonder if this is gonna work.
Is Heronius not a real god?
Please don't throw that in for for Rowan's existential.
Oh! Oh, I could never tell Rowan.
Or is he dead? Like, after everything that's gone, like, God's gonna be
Well, Char doesn't know, and
Yeah.
Rowan, like, fully said that she worships him.
Yeah.
Oh, Chara's like, look at this weapon. She's like, well, fuck, I have to use this spell before I go to sleep.
And then you see an arm reach past the side of your face. Dark skin with a golden type robe hanging off of it, draped. Don't look to the side as the hand reaches down and just passes over Windvane. And then pulls back, and you sense this presence next to you. You're not who I thought I would be speaking to. But your sacrifice is true. Do not fight the dragon. The best way forward. Negotiate. And you hear this voice. You knew the arm was next to you, but the voice just kind of fluctuates in and around you. And what was your second question?
The second part of the question was essentially just a rephrasing of the first question. But if Chara was to ask a second question in this moment, it would be, what does the dragon seek?
What does the dragon what?
Seek? Sorry.
Seeks pain, destruction, and chaos. She will ask you for information on those that suffer. Do not hold back, and she will offer you what you ask.
And that was Nuva Reem.
Nervareem.
Nervareem. Okay.
Let me get these spelling for
and if you put it in the character sheet list, that will be fine.
Okay.
Where I can read the name. Because you said it, and I was like, I'm hearing this wrong, and it's going to be really embarrassing next session.
I know, it sounded like Nuvaring, but it's Nervureem. And you only get 2, correct?
Yeah. That's all I get. Well, because I can do it more times.
Right.
But there's a 25% chance that I get a random reading, but I'm out of spell slots now for that spell.
You feel this presence behind you, and you see the arm reach forward once more, and the hand passes over Windvane.
Can I say one more thing that's not a question?
Sure.
Char will go to almost look to the side, but will stop herself from looking fully, but probably catches a glimpse of the robe a little bit more.
Mm-hmm.
And she'll say, "Don't let Rowan down. She needs you."
You feel the presence come close to you, right next to your ear. I need her more. And then you feel the presence just dissipate. Windvane still sits before you.
Oh. Is it the same property speaking?
You're not
If
sure.
I go to, my question, actually, I'm going to rephrase my question. If I grab Windvane, do I feel the pulse of chaotic energy and abandonment that it represents? And that because part of its features is that it makes the holder, the wielder, more chaotic. So does Chara feel that pull, that lure?
You feel the same lure. You get a sense there's a different pressure to it. Something slightly off. But it seems the same. And yet slightly different.
Okay. Chara will put it back wherever. I don't know where she was putting it. Probably just across her back. Now that we're talking about it.
Yeah.
And will. Oh, shoot. I don't think I can Misty Step again. How do I get off the roof? I'm gonna climb down to the balcony.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Make a acrobatics check.
Okay. That is... Okay, that's a 16.
Okay. You absolutely are able to shimmy your way down, even with a long old wind vane across your back. And you drop into the balcony. You see someone else that's standing there suddenly jolt and look at you, startled, joint in hand, frozen, looking at you.
Can can I have a hit? Chara's gonna take a hit of the joint and then pass it back and wink and then go inside.
He just...
This would have been even better if you were in your fox form.
I was just thinking, I'm really glad I'm not in my fox form. Like, this dude would have been like
Tripping balls.
tripping.
Roll
Like,
me
what?
a Constitution save.
Okay.
Shara's about to be.
Oh no! Oh no. That's a 4.
You head back into the room, and how long does divination take? Is there a
It's instant.
instant? Okay.
It's like maybe 10 minutes, I feel like.
Yeah. Nathan is definitely still up. Liam, are you still up, do you think?
You did.
Yeah, I realized, like, as I put my arms up, you know, I guess, if anything, I'm trying to sleep, but I'm also, like, not really. How do I describe this?
You're itching to leave. You're waiting for us to go to sleep.
Actually not trying to leave.
Oh, okay.
I'm holding talent, and I'm more of a wondering if I want to train more with Azari, and what specifically I can ask for training with.
I was gonna say, if you're holding talent, I'm definitely not asleep.
So as you're sitting there, against the bed, Nathan, you're kind of leaned back against the wall, legs crossed in front of you, keeping an eye on the door. And as your eyes close, you hear it just slick open, and then it slams closed. And Chara looks back at you, wide-eyed, slightly bloodshot.
This is too good.
Oh, damn, it feels like I'm looking in a mirror anytime I've ever smoked in my life.
I'm just, Nathan's just staring at you with like an eyebrow raise. Just
So, sometimes the chaos wins, Nathan. Sometimes it wins. And I just do. And the chaos won today.
all
Man.
right.
I get it, though. I get shadow dragons. Chaos is sexy. The suffering, not so much, but the chaos. Good stuff.
Neat.
Liam is just looking at this, like, and out loud says, "What in the fuck?"
Chara jumps. She's like, "Whoa!" Wait. You're terrible at acting.
And you're high.
So high, man. It's so high. It's bedtime. And Chara's gonna crawl into the bed, snuggle up next to Rowan and Nina. Like, no. She's gonna shift into her fox form and like curl up into a little fox ball.
Awesome.
Like
And-
nested between mine and Rowan's like
Yeah.
curved knees. Like,
Yes.
Fantastic.
And like it's a humanoid fox. It's not like a fox. Like think furry fox, not so it just like snuggles up and says, "All right, it's bedtime now. This is great."
All
all of a sudden I roll over, my hand comes across and just like pulls you in, like.
And Charlie's just gonna go whisper, "It's gonna be okay, Rowan. I got you." Go to sleep.
All right. You guys are able to get a long rest unless there was anything Liam or Nathan wanted to do before you fell asleep.
No, I'm just gonna
Okay.
sleep.
For the first time ever, all of you take a long rest together, and none of you leave the room.
Incredible. Amazing.
The DM's like, thank God.
Yeah. This is a monumental moment.
That's what we call growth.
Yes.
I'm really proud of
So
each
much
of us.
trauma that you don't know what to do.
I think the party has like one goal right now. I'm just so proud of all of us for figuring out what our goal is and then doing it.
You all wake up the next morning. Light is softly coming in through the window. It seems to be a slightly grayish light as you start to wake up. Looks like it might be a cloudy day today. But you all kind of start to sit up, gather
Why
your
is there
things.
Hair in my mouth. What is this? Why do I have like cat hair? Stuck to my
This
Char's
Chara.
gonna just go, "Wow, that's rude. I'm not a cat."
my apologies, but never mind.
Right?
You guys gather your things. You heading out?
I believe so.
All right.
Why I have these bruises on. What?
You know, you really shouldn't sleep in that. Like, that's not good for your body at all.
My back.
Easy to move.
Wait. How did I get into the bed?
Oh, yeah. Oh, Chara, I'm so sorry.
Why?
Because the last thing I remember was your ritual, and I don't remember the end of it.
Oh.
Oh, that's okay. I figured it out, and I went and I chatted with Heronius.
What?
What? Why is everything I'm saying so confusing? I went and I did the thing that I said I was gonna do. I went and I talked to Heronius about our plan.
Yes, He talked to you?
Briefly.
Like, directly to you?
Well, in my ear, but dark skin, gold robe. Soothing voice. So,
Okay. What did he say?
So, first off, I just want to say to everybody in this room that I was right and that fighting is not the way to go. That in fact, the Shadow Dragon has wants and needs that are above things that we can provide. And I
Okay,
don't
for a second, I thought you were about to say you wanted to seduce the dragon, and I was gonna really have to.
I'm with Nina. I literally thought you said a god told you to go,
fuck a dragon. I mean, that's not what they said directly.
I feel like
But-
this is a you want thing now at this point.
Dragonborns come to be when a daddy dragon and a non
Okay.
dragon.
Okay, there had to have been more to your story. Come on, there was.
Anyway, ooh, it's still a little high, I guess. The
When did you get?
y'all fell asleep on the worst night. So, essentially, the dragon craves suffering and information on suffering. They thrive in an environment of chaos.
I mean,
And-
we provide a lot of that.
I think that we can do this without fighting. It's going to be more about negotiating than anything else.
And
That's a little bit of a relief.
It is. I worry. I should worry about what. When you combine chaos and suffering, and Char's gonna sit up, like, hands on her legs, and she's like thinking real hard. When you combine the chaos with bright energy and light, and all of these things that are uplifting and happy making, chaos is amplified. Chaos still amplifies suffering the same way. I don't know.
Right, it's like the abyss. The abyss is chaotic and suffering. Right?
I guess it is. I guess. Funny, you kind of have a direct knowledge of something that thrives off of suffering.
Yeah, well, if it needs information about that, then,
I think we're in good shape. We got trauma to go around.
yeah, I mean, if there's anything this group has, it's trauma.
And Heronius told you all this.
In so many words. I may be reading between the lines, but we spoke for maybe 3 minutes, if that. Brief.
Cool. You can. Anything else? You can see that Rowan visibly is probably feeling very offended by this, and still semi-lost.
Chara's going to look like very intently at Rowan and just ask, when's the last time that you tried to speak to Heronius? Consciously.
Shortly after we got out of the dungeon after almost losing 3.
A relationship of any kind is both ways. Especially with a deity. Try reaching out. He needs you almost as much as you need him, if not more. You're a cleric. You know that there's a reason that prayer and rituals and these things exist. You know. Don't lose sight of that, or you're going to lose yourself. And you're going to lose that part of you. That's all. Not to bully you first thing in the morning, but
Too late, I guess. It's fine. Continue.
That's it. And then I got high with a stranger on the balcony. And when
On
it was great.
on the balcony.
Yeah, well, so I went to the roof because I figured that'd be a great place to, do the ritual. And then I climbed back down, and then I scared somebody, and then I was like, oh, I let the chaos win.
But when you say balcony, it wasn't like our balcony, right?
What
We
do you
have a
mean?
balcony?
Did we have a balcony? I don't think our room had a balcony.
I'm immediately
Did I
walking.
go through somebody else's room? I thought it was just a general public use balcony.
There is a door that heads out onto a balcony. It is a general one. It kind of goes all the way around the second floor.
I was like, Tara was genuinely concerned that she just walked through somebody's room, which
Yeah.
would
There's no entrances onto it from any of your personal rooms.
But we're on the right track. Possibly.
We just have to come up with a way to not fight it and to negotiate it. So the more information we collect on pain and suffering, which sounds awful when you put that out into the universe, better chances we have. You could always just go tell it to move into my grandmother's. That might be enough, she says jokingly, before going to claim her breakfast.
Could just introduce it to your Patreon friend.
That's what I was thinking. Chara's gonna look at Nathan and be like, just touch her nose a couple of times, point at you, because literally, how do we the night hag to the
He
drag?
literally starts to sniff. Do I smell bad or something? What are you trying to get at
No,
here?
on the nose.
Right. All right.
Okay.
These two poor people.
Chara's gonna wipe at her chest a little bit and then turn into her elven woman, or getting up, getting dressed, and following Nina out.
Okay.
I said it in the order that I
of that,
said it.
yeah.
Yes. No, I knew. I saw your face and I was like, no, I said it in the that Chara would do it. Nudity does not offend, or modesty doesn't exist for Chara.
Just
I think
yep.
that's the best way to put it.
We love it.
There's nothing to be ashamed about. So
I just had this image of Char, her hand on her hip, there's nothing to be ashamed about. I think just standing there. And just
oh my gosh, ow.
All right. You guys head downstairs, gather some breakfast, and start to head out. As you step outside, you notice there is a slight coolness in the air. And it is an overcast day. And you kind of sniff the air, and it smells fresh and cool. And you notice there's a little bit of activity going on. Roll me a perception checks.
Jesus.
Oh my god. I got a 9. I haven't gotten a single perception check in double
Nina,
digits yet.
I got a
Fuck.
27.
Okay.
Thank God for Chara.
What'd you get, Rowan?
4.
11.
Sorry, did Chara get a 27?
Yeah.
Jesus. I got a 16.
Okay.
My highest perception so far out of the 3 we've rolled tonight is a 5.
Nina and Nathan are just set on food. They're sharing this little to go.
I imagine we're walking beside each other, and
Yeah.
he's just this floor mahogany? Nice floor.
Liam, Chara, and Rowan. You notice there seem to be gatherings, people have kind of stopped. They kind of seem to be whispering to each other and kind of looking down the road. Chari, you're the first one to spot it, then Liam. You see an individual just walking down the middle of Belliard, down the path. It's silhouetted in the moment, but as it starts to get closer, you notice it's just this slow walk, and it's an individual in what looks like robes that you have seen before. They are wearing a blue and silver robe that Chara, you especially are familiar with, and nailed it right off the bat. This is a robe of the Cult of the Howling Hatred, but it looks ragged and torn and covered and smeared in dirt and rips, and you notice this individual's barefoot, and the feet look like they are covered in blood and dirt and mud, and the feet kind of drag and catch some points. This individual looks thin, and a vacant stare in their eyes as they just slowly continue to walk forward. You notice a rope around their neck with a piece of wood attached to it. And do any of you speak, or can any of you read Aran or Primordial?
I do speak Primordial in general, but then I also have my eyes of the Road Keeper, so I can read all writing.
Okay. Yeah, any of you that do, you at first look at the runes, and for a moment they look a little familiar. And the longer you look at it as he slowly trudges forward, you are able to kind of make it out and understand the syllables and the similarity. And it says, "I am punished." And as this individual that looks gaunt, his eyes come up suddenly and dart between the different people standing and watching his passing. His eyes catch on you for a moment, Chara, before dropping back to the ground. And he just continues. Actually, no.
Chara's gonna go to step forward to reach for this human, regardless of being able to read what's written or not.
You would have to walk into the middle of the road. You want to do that?
I would do that.
Okay. You step down from the porch of the inn,
Mm-hmm.
and the rest of you, the silence, aside from whispers that have kind of happened as this individual is walking through, Chara walking down and stepping up towards them, you suddenly see everyone kind of pause and watch, lasered in. Chara, you walk up to this individual, and he drops his gaze further down, and just keeps walking. Slowly, his feet just kind of dragging along the ground, hands at his side, just moving forward.
Does this feel anything reminiscent of what we experienced in Red Larch? Like, this doesn't feel like the
This
residual.
feels nothing like that.
Okay.
This
So not like this is an
individual-
element about to happen. Okay.
If anything, this individual, Chara, you especially can see it now that you're closer, is covered in scratches and blood. You see splatters from the back coming forward, and it looks like almost lash marks that have come
I was
forward.
about to say, is this reminiscent of like the people that we found chained to the pillars at the bottom of the
A little.
yeah,
The
I think that was
difference-
technically the water temple. No, that
Yeah.
was the wind temple. No,
This was
that
the
was
howling
the
hatred. The
Yeah.
howling hatred. The difference here, those individuals were starving themselves so that they could live on air alone. This
That's what-
individual has clearly been beaten and tortured.
Do they flinch if they're reached for?
Do you reach for him?
Yes. My intention is to cast Cure Wound as they walk.
They don't flinch.
Okay.
They just continue moving.
I would cast Cure Wounds at the first level for them
Okay.
as they pass by. And prestidigitate a little bit of clean. Maybe
You-
their face or something.
The minute you cast Cure Wounds, you hear a gasp. And he pauses for the first time and stumbles a bit and turns to look at you, hand up. No. No. They'll get you too. I am
Charles will
punished.
smirk.
And he pauses for a moment, and you see his eyes start to latch on to you. And there seems to be a slight recognition suddenly. And he leans forward. Don't go back. Save yourself.
Char would say, "Let me help you."
No. Or you'll be punished too.
Not
Just-
afraid of them. They've tried. They're not going to get me.
This is not a receipt.
Is this who took over after Arisi?
He's trying. They call him the Punisher. I have to walk this path. And then I can be free. Please don't stop me.
If that is your wish. And Chara will step to the side.
And he starts the slow shamble. Continues on.
Chara would go back to the group and, in case they didn't hear, relay what they said. Carefully noting Rowan's expressions because knowing that that's like a sensitive. Poor Rowan. I'm sorry. Chara like digs up all of your trauma every time.
It's great. It's so fun. Should we be helping him? You just let him keep walking. What?
He said it was his choice. He said he wanted to.
Can you guys still hear me? Well, fuck.
Oh, I thought she looked like she was frozen.
Oh no.
Sorry, whole thing just Discord died. Okay, I apologize.
Hey, fine. So, like, I would walk up and try to help the individual.